The river moved with a patient, unfailing rhythm, a gentle pulse that marked the passage of time. It rose and fell like a slow breath, carrying warmth and promise along its banks. Houses and fields leaned toward that soft movement, trusting its regular return. People measured their days by the swell and retreat of water, by the quiet shift of light across the current, by the whispering change in air. In that steady tempo, lives found a simple order, and a sense of future folded into the present like a soft cloth, smoothed by careful hands. Each year the water came with a predictable kindness, bringing new soil and a fresh sense of possibility. It made the land ready, laid out long beds of dark, rich silt where seeds might rest and grow. Farmers watched the rise with an ease that felt like a slow inhale, and when the water spread over the plains, they prepared with calm attention. Tools were sharpened, furrows imagined, and seeds kept in quiet stores were readied for the slow, sure work of planting. The flood itself moved through days like a gentle guest, leaving behind a deeper, quieter fertility. There was a thoughtful planning that grew from this steady cycle. Calendars lived by the flood, months shaped by the river's mood. Schedules unfolded with the kind of certainty that brings comfort. When to plant, when to harvest, when to send boats along the current. These were not hurried decisions, but careful, collected ones, rooted in a long memory of years. Each family and farm marked their lives to this rhythm, letting the river dictate the timing for the small, necessary things that make a season whole. When the water receded, the land revealed dark ribbons of loam, smooth and ready. People moved with slow, deliberate motions across these opened fields, following the soft geometry of the floodplain. Plots were measured and laid out, seeds placed in lines that echoed the river's patient flow. Hands worked in a steady, unhurried way, planting as if composing a gentle, repeating song. There was a quiet pride in this work, a trust in the slow exchange between seed and soil, an understanding that patience would be met with green. Alongside the farmers, there were careful movements of grain and supply that mirrored the calm of the fields. Granaries collected the fruit of patient labor, each sack and jar stacked with methodical care. Grain moved from field to storage with a practiced calm, men and women carrying their portion in measured steps, mindful of balance and time. The sound of footsteps on packed earth and the soft thud of grain into bins formed a soft percussion that matched the river's own steady song. Everything was arranged to balance abundance with need, with a quiet eye toward tomorrow. The river itself carried goods in a languid traffic of boats, small hulls slipping along the current as if riding the river's breath. Paddles dipped in slow, regular strokes, and sails caught light breezes that never hurried the water. Cargo moved with a restful dignity, jars of grain, woven mats, and bundles wrapped in cloth finding their way to their appointed places. Navigation followed a practiced calm, with pilots reading the surface like a page, noting the subtle eddies and the gentle bends, guiding their loads with a steady hand and a patient heart. There was a sense that time was not owned, but lived through the river's timing. Seasons were not arbitrary. They were a kind of long conversation between land, water, and sky. Each year the flood renewed that dialogue, offering a soft reminder that certain things reappear, that cycles continue in a slow, protective loop. People listened to that quiet counsel, shaping their days in response, cultivating a rhythm that valued continuity over haste. It was a peaceful acceptance of the world's pace, an attunement to a recurring grace. Movement of grain to the larger communal stores carried a measured formality, a ritual of sorts that asked for accuracy and care. Measurements were taken with steady hands and calm minds. Baskets and bags weighed and noted so that everyone's share would be known. Scribes recorded these tallies with careful strokes, each mark a small, deliberate act. In the soft light of early morning, numbers took shape on papyrus, listing quantities with a patient clarity that soothed the uncertainty of supply. The records themselves felt like a promise, a quiet assurance that needs would be met. The transport of harvests along the river became a daily choreography of sorts, the docks alive with a subdued, continuous motion. Boats tied to posts in a long, relaxed queue, waiting like birds along a shore. Men and women moved between them with predictable, unhurried steps, loading sacks and shifting bundles, while speaking in low, calm voices. The sound of ropes and the creak of timber were familiar, comfortable noises that wove into the background like a lullaby. Everything proceeded at the river's pace, with no rush, only a steady unfolding. Paths between fields and storehouses wore the same ease. Footways impressed themselves into the earth, soft, worn trails that bent with the landscape's gentle contours. People carried grain on their heads or in woven baskets, the load balanced and the stride regular. Conversation along these paths was unhurried, voices passing like small ripples. There was space for thought and reflection as the work proceeded, an understanding that labor and contemplation can walk together. In this way, the practical exchanges of life created room for quiet, reflective presence. On certain days, the movement of grain felt ceremonial, as if the act of collecting and storing were also a way of remembering. Caravans arrived from distant fields or neighboring villages, their loads carried with a calm dignity. Officials oversaw the transfer with composed attention, noting quantities and origins, making sure each measure fit the agreed rules. This system of exchange had a gentle logic designed to weave individual harvests into a communal safety. It offered a sense of shared care, a comfort in knowing that the river's bounty was gathered and held with steady hands. There was a timelessness in the way labor was organized, a continuity that made each year feel connected to the last. Families taught their young the rhythm of sowing and reaping, passing along simple know-how as though sharing a secret melody. The methods were not hurried innovations, but patient refinements handed down through generations. Young hands learned to gauge the soil by touch, to feel the right moment to plant, to sense the subtleties of the flood's retreat. This was a tranquil education, one that unfolded naturally, like the slow opening of a bloom. As grain gathered in storehouses, there was also a careful accounting of needs and reserves. A thoughtful balance was kept between what was kept back and what was distributed, maintaining a quiet steadiness in supply. Grain served not just as food, but as a kind of social glue, ensuring workers, families, and the less fortunate received their portion. The stores themselves were tended with disciplined calm, stones and mud bricks forming cool interiors where sacks could rest out of sun and damp. In that cool, dim space, the grain slept between seasons, a patient promise for days ahead. The river's movement shaped not only crops and storage, but also the ways that people traveled and traded. Boats were the slow arteries of a wide land, linking towns and farms in a calm, continuous network. Merchants planned their journeys by the river's moods, allowing the current's movement to time their travels. Even trade carried a relaxed dignity. Conversations and exchanges conducted in a low, even voice, bartering quietly as the water passed. Goods arrived with the same unhurried certainty as the seasons themselves, bringing variety and connection in a measured stream. In that gentle commerce, grain moved sometimes to distant markets, sometimes to local mills that turned kernels into flour with a steady, comforting rhythm. The mills themselves were places of continuous, measured activity, stones grinding slowly, producing the pale dust that would become bread. The sound was constant and even, a soft reminder of work done and sustenance provided. Flour sacks were folded carefully, labeled and stacked, to be sent downriver or used in nearby kitchens, where loaves were formed and baked with patient attention. The idea of balance held a steady place in all of this. There was a balance between abundance and conservation, between immediate need and long-term care. Leaders and administrators paid close attention to this subtle equilibrium, making small decisions that preserved harmony. Records and supplies allowed for calm planning, and when adjustments were needed, they were made with deliberation rather than haste. Throughout, people trusted that the river's silence carried wisdom, and that by aligning with its pace, they could maintain the steady flow of life. Sometimes, the movement of grain was interrupted by gentle obstacles, by a late storm or an unusually slow retreat. Even these variations were met with composed responses. People adapted with the same quiet resourcefulness that had served them before, shifting schedules and sharing stores where needed. The community's responses were measured, not panicked, guided by a belief in the river's return and the reliability of their combined efforts. This calm resilience was like a soft backbone, providing support through times when nature's timing altered slightly. There were measured techniques for transporting heavy loads that made the work feel like part of a gentle ritual. Large bundles were placed on rolling carts or on the backs of steady animals, moved with coordinated, slow effort. Teams of people moved as one, stepping in time so the weight shifted evenly, so that no one strain would fray the rhythm. The motions were careful and unhurried, each person mindful of the next, like dancers following a remembered pattern. In that synchronous work, there was a quiet pleasure, an unspoken contentment in moving together. Grain passed through checkpoints where small, meticulous tallies were made. Officials weighed and noted amounts with calm concentration, not as an act of power, but as a practical, communal stewardship. The act of counting and recording brought a soft reassurance, a clarity that allowed planning for the days ahead. Numbers on papyrus became gentle anchors, quiet marks that stabilized the flow of produce. These records moved slowly through official hands, carrying the lived history of harvests in a manner both practical and serene. The river carried stories as well as goods, stories of harvests and of journeys whispered among passengers on long days. Travelers shared recollections in low voices, trading small confidences as the water moved. These stories became part of the collective memory, woven into the fabric of seasons. They were not urgent tales, but calm recollections, each one adding a subtle layer of meaning to shared labor. In the slow exchange of anecdotes, communities knit themselves together, the bond as steady as the river's passage. In the quiet evenings, after a day of measured work, people gathered near the water's edge, watching the current ease into night. Fires burned low and warm, and conversations softened further, folding into thoughtful silences. The day's tasks settled into a restful completion, and the stored grain kept its slow promise. There was satisfaction in the rhythm, a contentment that came from work done well, and from trust in the continuity of the seasons. Sleep followed like a gentle tide, carrying the calm labor into quiet dreams. Large storehouses at the center of communities held grain like a sleeping abundance, cool and dim and carefully tended. Men and women moved within these spaces with a respectful hush, maintaining order as if in a sanctuary. Sacks were stacked high but stable, corridors left clear for soft passage. In that stillness, the responsibility of care felt sacred and steady. The grain there was more than food. It was a community's quiet security, a resource that allowed families to rest with confidence through the changing months. There was a subtle ceremony in the transfer from field to storehouse, a mindful exchange that balanced gratitude with necessity. Workers acknowledged the land's generosity as they moved the grain, offering small thanks in their ways. Whether spoken or silent, the act of storing felt like placing the season into a protective embrace, preserving its warmth for future days. This reverent attention transformed ordinary work into a slow blessing, a shared recognition of the fragile and abundant cycle that sustains life. Transportation logistics required gentle coordination, maps drawn in the mind of experienced pilots and loaders, noting safe coves and gentle currents. Boats were scheduled not by urgency, but by the river's mood, moving when the flow allowed smooth passage. Preparations were made with patient foresight, ropes checked, hulls caulked, provisions measured. This slow attention prevented surprises and allowed journeys to proceed with calm steadiness. The entire enterprise moved like a long, unhurried breath, sustained by small acts of careful readiness. As grain traveled, it crossed thresholds between private stores and communal ones, and in each movement there was a thoughtful accounting. Distribution to workers ensured that the rhythm of labor could continue without strain, and support for elders and the less fortunate maintained the community's gentle balance. Officials managed these flows with a composed sensitivity, aware that steady provision nurtured social harmony. The quiet machinery of distribution worked without fuss, a soft mechanism that kept life even and reliable. There was a deep respect for timing in these arrangements, an understanding that certain tasks must wait for the right season. Harvesting too early or storing improperly could upset the careful order, so patience governed many decisions. People learned to wait with a calm certainty that the right moment would come, trusting both their skill and the river's cycle. In this patience, there was a kind of wisdom, a recognition that some things cannot be hurried, and that true progress often arrives in slow, gentle steps. The rhythms of labor and rest matched the river's lull, with days framed by steady tasks and evenings softened by quiet hours. Work had a predictability that comforted and calmed, and each person found a measured place in that pattern. Whether tending small plots or guiding larger transports, the sense of belonging to a steady, ongoing enterprise was a quiet solace. The day's tasks felt like notes in a long, slow composition, each one contributing to a serene harmony that sustained the whole. In times of plenty, the stores brimmed with a slow, heavy richness, sacks leaning like low hills against rough walls. That abundance brought a calm generosity, a willingness to share and to plan for future softness. Community gatherings reflected this ease, with bread and grain offered in measured hospitality. Even social life moved with the river's patience, conversations unhurried, laughter soft and rhythmic. People rested more easily under a sky that promised the river's return, comforted by the knowledge that their care had been faithful and careful. When seasons were lean, responses were measured and steady. Instead of panic, there was an organized sharing, a communal redistribution that reflected long-standing bonds. Grain moved from central stores to households with quiet, careful hands, ensuring no one was left without a basic comfort. People pulled together in a soft solidarity, each small act of sharing maintaining the broader rhythm. This practice of mutual care felt less like sacrifice and more like the natural extension of the steady trust they had cultivated for years. There was an understated elegance in the methods used to preserve grain. Granaries were designed to keep cool and dry, built with materials that breathed slowly and protected gently. Ventilation and layered storage preserved quality, while careful rotation of supplies ensured freshness. These practices were not flashy, but they were thoughtful, tuned to the needs of the community. Their simplicity held a dignity that fit well with the quiet flow of life, creating a calm, slow protection for the season's work. The river's pace also shaped the sense of leadership in these communities. Those who guided distribution and transport acted with composed steadiness, making decisions based on long experience rather than quick impulses. Authority, in that context, was not loud or sudden, but quiet and consistent, like the river itself. Leaders listened, considered, and acted with a patient wisdom, valuing the long view over immediate applause. Their manner preserved a sense of calm order, helping the community trust the continuity of their lives. There were rituals that acknowledged the river's gifts, small acts of thanks woven into daily life. People left offerings at the water's edge or spoke blessings under the sky, gestures that were soft and reverent rather than showy. These acts created a gentle spirituality that complemented the practical care of grain and stores. They reminded everyone that human effort and natural bounty are intertwined, that the river's giving is part of a larger, slow exchange that deserves humble appreciation. The constant ebb and flow shaped even the tools and technologies people used. Implements were made for durability and ease, simple devices that could be repaired and tended with patient skill. From woven baskets to the plow's wooden frame, each object carried the mark of long use and careful maintenance. Craftspeople refined their techniques slowly over time, improving methods in small, steady steps. This cautious innovation ensured that day-to-day life remained reliable, each improvement easing labor while fitting into the larger rhythm. There was a gentle economy to how resources were managed, a soft prudence that valued sustainability. Grain was conserved with an eye toward future need, and wastefulness was avoided through practical measures and a communal ethic. People learned to use every part of a harvest, finding ways to preserve and store, to feed livestock and mend tools. to turn abundance into lasting security. The result was a calm, measured prosperity that trusted in continuity rather than rapid expansion. As the seasons unfolded, families kept their own quiet routines for saving and sharing. Small reserves were tucked away in private corners of homes, reserved for times of need or for special celebrations. These personal stores were tended with modest care, rotated and replenished in time with the larger communal cycles. Such habits reinforced the broader systems of stability, adding layers of quiet resilience. In this way, personal prudence and public planning moved together, creating a soft network of support. The slow movement of goods and grain along the river became metaphors for a living patience. Goods moved not in haste, but in a tranquil procession, reflecting a worldview that prized continuity. This patient logistics created a sense of safety and predictability, a confidence that life would proceed without sudden rupture. People made choices that favored long-term balance, shaping a culture that took care to preserve the river's calming influence over daily life. Even the architecture of storage and transport reflected a mindful modesty. Buildings were designed to weather seasons with a quiet dignity, paths cut to ease movement, and docks placed where currents flowed gently. The built environment harmonized with the river's character, making travel and storage an almost seamless part of the landscape. This integration between human design and natural rhythm felt restful, as if the settlement itself had been composed to mirror the river's untroubled tempo. In moments of stillness, the presence of stored grain and a well-ordered transport system offered a particular kind of peace. The knowledge that needs were accounted for, that journeys were planned and cargo tended, settled like a soft blanket over daily life. People could sleep knowing that the slow processes of care were in place, that their work had been woven into something larger and enduring. The river's quiet persistence, reflected in the movement of grain, allowed communities to rest in confidence and calm. There was a tender continuity in how knowledge was passed about these rhythms. Elders taught not only techniques, but also a philosophy of patience, instructing in ways that honored time and steady care. Stories about past floods and careful plans were told in a gentle voice, serving as lessons in how to live well within a cyclical world. This transmission of wisdom preserved a sense of connectedness, a feeling that each person's labor contributed to a steady, shared future. Even when storms altered expectations, the slow systems in place softened the impact, prepared reserves, communal sharing, and experienced leadership, all combined to buffer sudden changes. The response remained calm and coordinated, founded on the same patient logic that guided the day-to-day. The resilience built through careful planning was not rigid, but flexible, able to absorb variations while preserving the steady flow of life. In that adaptability, there was reassurance, a sense that the river's long memory had taught how to endure. Over years and seasons, the rhythm created by water, field, and storehouse became a quiet philosophy of living. It taught care, patience, and a trust in recurring patterns. The measured movement of grain was part of a larger ethos, that steady attention and communal cooperation yield a durable peace. People lived not in frantic pursuit, but in a gentle keeping, tending what they had with thoughtful hands and calm hearts. This approach gave life a soft continuity, a slow thread that connected present days to those yet to come. Soft light moves across cool stone halls, and a gentle hush settles like a warm cloak. Footsteps are muted, measured, almost like a slow pulse within the great house. Inside, the day arranges itself in quiet tasks, each small motion part of a long, practiced order. In that rhythm, there is no hurry, only steady attention to care. A hand pats cloth smooth, another lifts a lid to release steam. Small chores unfold with the softness of breath, as if the palace itself were breathing slowly, easily. Hands prepare simple foods with a mindful calm, grinding grain with a regular, even motion. The sound of a quern turning is steady and rhythmic, like distant water moving over stones. Bowls are set, dough is folded, and loaves are shaped with gentle pressure. Herbs are crushed, oils are poured, and the scent of warm bread rises subtly, easy and unobtrusive. Each step is a quiet offering, a small ceremony of nurture that honors the body through ordinary care. The kitchens are organized like a quiet map of work and skill, with people moving through familiar paths. Pots are positioned with care, embers tended, and water measured in thoughtful portions. A woman's wrist moves in a practiced arc to stir. Another pair of hands fans coals to a soft glow. There is an evenness to the way tasks unfold, a trust in routine that carries each person through long days. The soft clinking of utensils becomes a gentle soundtrack, steady and calming. Attendants gather fabrics with soft, respectful hands, smoothing linens until they fall like flat water. Threads catch the morning light and seem to hold it, quiet and unobtrusive. Simple garments are arranged with care, sandals set neatly by the doorway. A hand brushes a sleeve, aligning edges, and an attendant inhales the faint scent of perfumed oils before tucking the bottle back into its place. These small attentions are gestures of devotion that require no words, only quiet focus. Formal audiences unfold with a slow dignity, like a measured breath taken before speaking. People arrive in orderly fashion, each one aware of the cadence of greeting and the ease of waiting. Voices are low and even, careful not to disturb the room's calm. Messages are given in soft tones, questions answered with thoughtful pauses, decisions offered with gentle clarity. The ritual of presence itself is soothing, each person finding steadiness in the careful, respectful exchange. Servants move like water through the palace corridors, unobtrusive and fluent in their tasks. They carry trays, fold fabrics, and tend small fires without fanfare. There is a quiet choreography to their work, an unspoken knowledge of where to stand and when to step aside. Their movements are guided by observation and repetition, each action practiced until it becomes as natural as breathing. In that familiarity, there is comfort for both those who serve and those who rest. In quiet rooms, scribes make careful marks on sheets, not hurried, but deliberate. Their reeds touch papyrus in steady strokes, recording lists and names in lines that flow like soft streams. These records are kept with painstaking attention, each sign placed with a deep respect for order. Ink dries slowly, and the rhythm of writing becomes a gentle metronome, measuring time in neat, patient marks. The act of recording is, in itself, a meditative exercise. When the ruler receives guests, the space is arranged to ease the mind and steady the heart. Cushions are placed at thoughtful intervals, cushions that invite rest and slow conversation. Light filters in through lattice, and creates soft patterns on the floor, like moving thoughts that do not insist on being followed. Refreshments are offered in small, measured ways, and there is an unspoken agreement to keep the tone tranquil. The atmosphere is one of calm attention, a refuge from clamor. Household logistics are managed with an economy of movement and an ethic of care. Provisions are counted, storerooms dusted, and tools repaired with steady hands. There is a gentle economy to these tasks, a sense that every item has its place and every place its purpose. People move through work with a soft concentration, mindful of the needs of the home and the continuity of its care. The practical world is tended so that life may proceed with grace. Morning ablutions are slow and considerate, small baths that refresh and steady. Warm water flows, and hands move with intention to cleanse, to anoint, to calm. Oils are applied in measured amounts, their scents light and soothing rather than overwhelming. The ritual of washing becomes a quiet renewal, a simple ceremony to prepare one for the day's duties. Each motion is measured and gentle, a reminder that care can be an act of peace. The palace gardens offer a quiet space where the air is soft and plants move languidly. Date palms lift their fronds with a mild rustle, and lotus flowers open like slow smiles on quiet water. Paths are swept, stones smoothed, and small fountains murmur with a sound that invites the mind to soften. Those who walk there move slowly, matching their pace to the unhurried growth of the plants. The garden is a place to breathe and remember the steadiness of nature's own rhythm. Servants responsible for storehouses move through aisles of stacked goods with practiced calm, checking ledgers and adjusting bundles. Their work is both physical and thoughtful, measuring and balancing needs with the precision of people who understand scarcity and abundance. Each action is done without haste, and the measured pace ensures that nothing is neglected. Attention becomes a form of quiet devotion, a way of honoring the resources entrusted to their care. Meals are prepared and arranged with a painter's eye for simplicity, each dish placed with an intent to comfort rather than to dazzle. Flavors are balanced to soothe the palate, with mild herbs and gentle textures. Those who sit to eat do so slowly, mindful of the nourishment and the hands that prepared it. Conversation is soft, often contemplative, and the table becomes a space where quiet companionship is allowed to unfold word by word, breath by breath. The flow of messages through the palace is steady and unobtrusive, carried by heralds who move with clear purpose and soft steps. They bring news in measured tones, allowing the listener to absorb each detail slowly. Seals are broken with quiet care, and letters are read aloud in a voice that shapes the words into gentle images. The movement of information is managed with an awareness of balance, so that each message finds its place without disturbing the calm. A system of care for linens and garments proceeds with tender attention, cloths laundered, dried, and folded in neat stacks. Hands tease out knots, check seams, and mend with patient stitches. The slow work of repair is valued as a way of preserving beauty and function. Each piece of cloth is handled respectfully, as though it carries the memory of many small moments. This care contributes to the overall tranquility of the household, a soft infrastructure of order. The serving of incense and subtle fragrances is a quiet art, designed to lift the senses without startling them. Incense is lit in small quantities, producing a mild, steady smoke that curls like a slow thought. Scents are chosen for their calming qualities, oils mixed in balanced proportions. The aroma spreads gradually, smoothing edges and inviting the mind to rest. Such smells become part of the atmosphere, woven into the day and moving gently with it. Laundry and textile work follow a pattern that is almost ceremonial in its predictability, stretching cloth to dry in the sun, folding it with measured hands. Spinning and weaving are practiced with a steady rhythm, the thread passing through fingers in a slow, repetitive motion. This repetition is soothing, a kind of spoken lullaby in material form. The finished cloth carries the memory of that rhythm, and wearing it is like returning to a familiar pace. Meals are delivered to private chambers with quiet reverence, trays balanced carefully by those who have learned to move through narrow passages without disturbing the calm. The food arrives warm and steady, placed with a soft nod and a modest bow. Those who receive it do so with gratitude, taking each bite slowly as though it were a small meditation. The act of eating is intimate and unhurried, a pause in the day that allows for reflection and renewal. Supervision of tasks is exercised with a gentle hand. Overseers who prefer quiet guidance to loud commands. They move among the workers, offering small corrections, a touch here, a suggestion there, always in a manner that preserves dignity. Their authority is expressed through steadiness rather than force, through the clarity of expectation and the warmth of recognition. This approach fosters a calm cooperation, where work proceeds with mutual respect. In the palace, small altars and sacred corners receive offerings with the same careful attention given to daily chores. Priests and attendants approach these spaces with a gentle pace, placing items with deliberate care. The act of making an offering is not urgent, but reflective, a private gesture that connects the present to something enduring. The presence of these rituals contributes to the house's overall sense of order, a reminder of continuity beyond the immediate. The movement of water through channels, basins, and small fountains is maintained with thoughtful regularity, the flow adjusted to keep pools calm. Water is measured and directed, and its sound is used to soothe and steady the mind. Those who tend the waterways do so quietly, checking levels and clearing leaves with mild attention. The consistent murmur of water adds a layer of tranquility that threads through daily life, softening edges and smoothing thought. The preparation of the ruler's attire is handled with a kind of reverence, fabrics chosen for comfort and dignity, adornments arranged with care. Jewelry is polished, threads checked, and small repairs made before garments are ever worn. The act of dressing is deliberate and measured, a sequence of motions that prepares both body and mind. Each step is performed slowly, so the wearer can settle into presence, moving through the day with a composed center. The palace kitchens maintain a slow inventory of ingredients and tools, a modest ritual of counting and checking that ensures nothing is forgotten. Jars are labeled, baskets inspected, and supplies rotated with thoughtful care. This orderly attention keeps the household calm, preventing sudden shortages or needless haste. The practice of mindful inventory becomes a rhythm, reminding those who tend it that steadiness of provision is itself a form of tenderness. When guests are welcomed into private chambers, the tone is quiet and unassuming. Small courtesies are exchanged in low voices, and seating is arranged to invite relaxed conversation. Refreshments appear like small gifts, chosen for their soothing qualities. The room is lit in a soft way, and shadows are allowed to linger, creating a gentle boundary between inside and outside. Guests feel the ease and are invited to match the slow pace with which the room breathes. Small ceremonies within the palace follow patterns that are easy to anticipate, bringing comfort through repetition. Each gesture is gentle and deliberate, from the way a cup is offered to the manner of a slight bow. The repetition creates a sense of safety, a knowledge that the world follows a reliable order. People take comfort in these recurring movements, allowing their minds to relax into the familiar sequence of small, dignified acts. Cooking over open flame is managed with a calm expertise, embers tended with patient breath and careful hands. Dishes are left to simmer, not rushed, so flavors blend in time. The process of slow cooking is itself a practice of patience, rewarding those who wait with richer, milder tastes. Kitchen workers move with quiet assurance, knowing how to coax warmth rather than force it. This patience infuses the household with a soft steadiness that touches every room. The arrival and departure of messengers happen with a composed rhythm, entrances and exits timed to preserve the quiet. People greet one another with small, respectful gestures, and the exchange of words is measured. Orders are given in calm tones, and instructions are heard with attentive silence. The steady flow of communication is managed so that nothing becomes abrupt, and the palace remains a place where information arrives like a soft tide, not a storm. Ceremonial objects are cared for in delicate ways, cleaned, wrapped, and placed in their appointed spaces. Hands move slowly as they polish metals and smooth cloth, mindful of the history contained in each piece. The act of care is a form of respect, and the deliberate pace ensures that nothing is rushed or overlooked. These objects, tended with patience, acquire a quiet presence that reinforces the dignity of the household. Work crews are organized with patience and foresight, each person given tasks that match their skill and pace. Overseers speak in calm tones, and the teams move like a gentle current, coordinated but unhurried. Tools are handled with respect, and breaks are observed without fuss. The measured tempo of labor keeps fatigue at bay and preserves attention to detail. This approach allows great projects to proceed steadily, like a quiet river cutting its path over time. The arrangement of private chambers is done with an eye for comfort and simplicity, spaces that invite rest and gentle reflection. Cushions are positioned to support a relaxed body, light is diffused softly, and small altars hold subtle objects of significance. The decor is understated, chosen to soothe rather than distract, and the overall effect is a calm interior that encourages slow thought. These rooms become havens, places where the mind can let go of urgency. The routine of preparing food for outdoor meals follows a similar steady logic, with baskets packed carefully and utensils wrapped with thought. The people who carry these provisions move with care across courtyards and terraces, mindful of balance and steadiness. Outdoor tables are set in gentle symmetry, and the light allows eyes to rest. The act of dining outdoors becomes a simple pleasure, a slow communion with space and air that helps reset the mind. Small repairs around the palace, fixing a hinge, mending a screen, smoothing a threshold, are done with quiet respect and attention. Craftspeople work with patient hands, each movement considered and exact. There is no rush. The pace suits the needs of both maker and dwelling. The slow repair of objects is a way to maintain continuity, to show that nothing is disposable, and that care can extend the life of both material things and relationships. The movement of servants through the palace is punctuated by small rituals of privacy and discretion, a soft etiquette that honors personal space. They approach doors with lowered voices and step lightly on carpets chosen to absorb sound. Their presence is steady and predictable, allowing those they serve to remain anchored. This practice fosters trust, and the household operates with an unspoken harmony. Quiet competence becomes the invisible framework of daily life. Formal audiences are conducted with an economy of words, each sentence given space to settle before another is spoken. Slow speech allows ideas to resonate, and the pauses between words become meaningful in themselves. Those who address the ruler choose language that soothes and clarifies, avoiding flourish for the sake of calm understanding. The practice of deliberate speech is both respectful and restorative, shaping the mood of the room toward gentle clarity. The preparation of offerings is a slow, ritualized process. Bundles wrapped, food presented, and small tokens arranged with meticulous care. Attendants move with a kind of soft focus, ensuring that each item meets modest standards of beauty and proportion. The act of preparing an offering is meant to center attention, to remind those who perform it that small gestures can express great steadiness. There is a contemplative quality to this work, a quiet reverence embedded in daily tasks. Chores that might seem commonplace are practiced with an awareness of their moral and social purpose, each task a contribution to the common good. People take satisfaction in steady work that supports the larger household, finding meaning in the predictable rhythm of tending and maintaining. This way of life encourages a dignified approach to labor, where small efforts accumulate into a broader, quieter order. Shared responsibility becomes a soft bond among those who carry it. The movement of light across rooms is watched and appreciated as windows and shutters are adjusted to let warmth in without harshness. Shades are drawn in gentle stages, and the angle of light is considered for comfort. People notice these subtle shifts and respond with small changes that preserve the calm. The slow management of light is itself a quiet art, shaping mood and providing a gentle guide to the passage of time. In the palace, the sound of soft instruments often drifts through the halls. Music played at a tempo that invites eyes to close and shoulders to relax. Harps and flutes offer simple, repeating phrases that do not demand attention, but rather create a peaceful backdrop. Those who play do so with an awareness of balance, choosing notes that support rest rather than excite. The music is companionable, a kind of sonic cushion for everyday life. Meals are sometimes prepared in communal ways that foster quiet companionship among those who work together. Shared tasks that allow conversation to ebb and flow without pressure. Preparing food side by side becomes a gentle social ritual, where words are exchanged in a tone of comfortable familiarity. These moments of shared effort build trust and ease, making the palace feel like a place sustained by mutual care. Companionship is quietly cultivated through ordinary cooperation. Small gardens of herbs and aromatic plants are tended near kitchens, kept for their practicality and their calming scents. Hands prune leaves, harvest small bundles, and place them in woven baskets. The act of tending these herbs is both practical and therapeutic, offering a tactile, grounding task. The gentle fragrance carried indoors is a subtle comfort, reminding everyone of the cycle of growth and the care it takes to sustain life. The folding of written decrees and the sealing of messages is performed with an understated dignity, each letter folded to protect its contents and sealed with a steady impression. The act of sealing is done slowly, with an awareness of the trust contained in the message. Those who prepare correspondence take care to mark it with clarity and respect, knowing that communication shapes relationships and preserves order. The quiet attention to this work contributes to the palace's steady functioning. Attendants who care for animals within the household do so with soft voices and patient hands, leading creatures gently, offering water, and smoothing coats. The presence of animals adds a soft, living rhythm to the palace, and caring for them becomes a tender responsibility. The calmness of their keepers helps the animals remain relaxed, which in turn reinforces a general sense of peace. The interplay between human and animal care creates a gentle loop of mutual ease. The planning of daily meals follows a slow, careful logic that honors balance and regularity. Menus are chosen to align with supply, season, and the tranquil dietary needs of those who eat. Preparations are timed to allow flavors to develop naturally, and cooks adjust heat and spice with measured hands. The predictable nature of meals offers comfort, a reassuring pattern that marks the passage of time. The table becomes a place where steadiness is both practiced and enjoyed. Quiet training of young attendants is conducted with patience, lessons delivered in small increments and reinforced through repetition. Mentors show rather than tell, guiding novices through simple actions until they become second nature. Praise is given softly, and corrections are gentle, encouraging learning without causing stress. This approach fosters confidence and calm competence, preparing new hands to contribute with steady skill. The ordering of storage spaces is done with a mindful geometry, baskets and jars arranged for easy access and calm appearance. Labels or simple markers help those who seek items to find them without confusion. The act of organizing becomes a meditative practice, a way to establish structure in the midst of many demands. A well-ordered storeroom provides a quiet reassurance that supplies will be available when needed, supporting the household's tranquil continuity. Small rituals of politeness and respect fill the day, encouraging gentle interaction and mutual recognition. Bowing, offering a seat, or pouring a drink are all performed with an economy of movement that honors the other's presence. These tiny customs create a scaffolding of civility that softens the fabric of daily life. They remind everyone that attention to small courtesies can transform routine into something subtly sacred. Throughout the palace, the tending of plants, preparation of meals, and care of linens are woven together into a steady tapestry of service. Each task, no matter how small, contributes to an overarching sense of balance. The people who perform these acts do so with an awareness that their labor creates a calm habitat for others. There is dignity in this ongoing work, a recognition that quiet perseverance sustains the lives of many. Those who plan the day's schedule do so slowly, allowing space between tasks and time for rest. Appointments are spaced with intention so that one action flows gently into the next. This pacing prevents frayed edges and ensures that each person has a chance to breathe. The deliberate scheduling supports the overall temper of the household, encouraging a steady rather than hurried life. Time itself becomes a companionable presence, moving at a pace that allows for presence. Food offerings are sometimes prepared for private remembrance, small portions placed aside with care and a soft thought. The act of setting these portions apart is quiet and reflective, a way of honoring memory in a personal manner. The gesture is simple and unobtrusive, a small ritual that maintains a connection to what matters without calling attention. In these tiny acts, continuity is upheld, and the household's gentle heart is preserved. The palace's quieter spaces, small alcoves, shaded corners, and private gardens offer places for solitary contemplation. Those who enter these spaces do so to breathe and be still, to feel the ease of being without performance. The architecture invites quiet. Niches are deep, benches are wide, and shadows are welcome. These retreats allow thought to unwind, and the hush nurtures a soft, inward listening that steadies the mind. When repairs or large preparations are needed, they are planned with the same care that governs daily chores, spread over time to avoid strain. Tasks are divided, responsibilities shared, and the tempo kept gentle. There is recognition that steady progress is preferable to hurried fixes, and this perspective protects both workers and the household's calm. The practice of pacing work ensures that even demanding projects proceed with minimal disturbance. The gentle exchange of news within family circles is marked by softness, stories told in measured tones that allow memories to unfold slowly. Laughter, when it appears, is quiet and warm, a low ripple rather than a wave. Conversation tends toward reflection, and speakers share in a manner that invites listening. These exchanges deepen connection without excitement, cultivating a steady affection that is expressed in small, consistent ways. Servants entrusted with ceremonial duties rehearse their motions with patient repetition, learning the sequence until it becomes a calm habit. Each step is internalized so that during actual performance, the movement can be both precise and unforced. This disciplined practice produces a serenity in action that steadies the atmosphere. The smooth execution of small ceremonies contributes to the palace's overall sense of balance, making ritual a natural part of everyday life. The ordering of store lists and the checking of supplies are performed with methodical care, each item accounted for in gentle detail. Those who tend these lists do so with an appreciation for proportion and sufficiency, avoiding waste through measured use. The practice encourages mindful consumption, and the careful stewardship of goods becomes a quiet virtue. Through orderly keeping, the household maintains a steady course. Attendants who carry messages between chambers do so with a quiet dignity, understanding how to moderate speed and tone to preserve calm. They choose their moments, moving in ways that minimize distraction. Their training includes knowing when to wait in shadowed corners and when to step forward with purpose. This discretion is a kindness that protects both messenger and recipient, maintaining the steady flow of communication without disturbance. The palace's daily rituals, from food preparation to the tending of gardens, form a soft architecture of habit that supports life in small, steady ways. Each action is a brick in an edifice of care, stacked slowly and deliberately. The people who inhabit the space move through these practices with a sense of shared purpose, finding solace in repetition and quiet cooperation. In this way, the household cultivates an atmosphere of gentle reliability that comforts everyone within. Private audiences are conducted in a calm cadence, words chosen to ease and clarify. The ruler listens with a patient focus, allowing concerns to be voiced and considered in measured fashion. Responses are given in a gentle voice that aims to calm and resolve rather than to unsettle. The exchange is diplomatic and soft, a form of governance that values balance and composure. This manner of leadership helps the household remain grounded and serene. Those who prepare for the day's formal moments do so with a sense of ritualized patience, arranging garments, adjusting ornaments, and rehearsing small gestures. Each preparation is done slowly, allowing the mind to settle into readiness rather than haste. The care taken in these moments creates a calm presence, and the slow unfolding of ritual brings dignity without pressure. The day's events thus proceed with an inner steadiness. The bakers and cooks who sustain the household move through a circuit of tasks practiced to the point of quiet mastery. Their hands know the rhythm of dough, the slow coaxing of heat, and the timing of turning. There is satisfaction in such steady competence, a peaceful pride that comes from reliable skill. These routines produce not only nourishment, but also a soft continuity that underpins the palace's tranquil life. As attendants and officials go about their duties, they often find brief moments of quiet exchange, a shared cup, a short acknowledgement, a supportive look. These tiny interactions are unremarkable in themselves, yet they weave an invisible fabric of mutual care. The small kindnesses balance the demands of service, fostering a community where comfort is offered and received without ceremony. In that unassuming reciprocity, the household's warmth is sustained. The steady attention to daily detail within the palace creates a slow, enveloping calm that shapes the experience of everyone within. Tasks proceed in ordered succession, and the predictability of routine becomes a gentle shelter. People move through their roles with quiet assurance, contributing to an atmosphere of restful constancy. Within this steady rhythm, life unfolds in a manner that encourages ease and gentle reflection, allowing minds and bodies to drift softly through the day. Ink moves across papyrus in a patient line, a small, steady motion repeated again and again. The reed tip dips and lifts, leaving dark strokes that will be read and trusted. Each mark is a quiet decision, a measured choice that holds weight and meaning. The hand that guides the reed breathes slowly, matching the rhythm of thought. In that cadence, numbers become records, and names become anchors. There is comfort in the repetition, a soft continuity made of signs and symbols. The page fills gradually, like a field being planted, each row aligned and attended to with careful hands. A scribe sits with the world quietly arranged before him: ink, palette, knife, a roll of papyrus waiting to unfurl. The tools are simple and familiar, worn in the way of objects that have served well. The palette holds two small wells of color, black and red, each with its own purpose and place. Fingers learn where to rest, how to turn the page, how to steady the arm. Over time, gestures settle into a precise choreography, and the scribe becomes a living instrument, translating numbers and names into stable form. It is a slow, steady art, practiced with calm concentration. Counting is itself a kind of meditation, a soft rhythm of attention that curves gently through the day. Numbers move in columns and rows, calm and unhurried, like the steady rise and fall of the river. Scribes think in measures and portions, in shares and in sums. To count is to witness change, to notice what increases and what diminishes. The motion of tallying gives a sense of order, a quiet assurance that what has been gathered will be known, that loss and gain will be given names. There is a small peace in making things visible to reason. Surveys unfold slowly across the land, measured by rope and cubit, by patient steps taken along a furrow. A measuring cord stretches taut between poles, a thin line that divides land into careful sections. The surveyor walks in silence, feeling the ground, translating breadth into number. Corners are marked, angles noted, and the shape of fields is traced on papyrus. These traced boundaries soften the uncertainty of space, fixing contours that might otherwise drift. A boundary line on a map is a promise made visible, a simple geometry that steadies life and labor. Lists keep time as much as they keep account. Names are written one by one, the cadence of ink and reed giving a rhythm to memory. Each entry is a small event recorded: a payment received, a worker drafted, a decree issued. The list forms a quiet chorus of daily life, a chorus without haste. Scribes place items in order, grouping and arranging, creating patterns that allow the heart of the state to be known. The act of listing is gentle and patient, a way of tending to the many small things that together form a whole. Labor drafts are drawn with attentive care, a careful allocation of hands to tasks. Scribes note the days, the names, the assignments. In a slow accounting that binds people and purpose, the lines of text map the movement of labor across seasons, tying the rhythm of work to the rhythm of the land. Assignments are recorded as if tying a thread through time, each entry a knot that ensures continuity. There is a quiet dignity in this work, an acknowledgement of each person's contribution made visible through measured words. Tax assessments come to the page as gentle calculations, balancing yields and obligations. The scribe moves through quantities of grain, flocks, and produce, noting portions owed and portions reserved. These reckonings are careful, never rushed, made to be fair and clear. The process calms the uncertainty of harvest and distribution, creating a slow arithmetic of sustenance. In steady hands, the complex becomes tractable, and the community's needs can be met with thoughtfulness and care. Royal decrees are recorded with a reverent stillness, each stroke deliberate and exact. A decree is a formal breath, a shaping of expectations that will touch many lives. The scribe copies words that will be read and obeyed, preserving tone and measure with precision. There is a hushed attention given to phrasing, an awareness that language carries force. The ink does not hurry. It rests to ensure clarity, and the written word takes on a calm authority, a soft governance that guides without haste. The archive grows slowly, a layered memory of many days. Scrolls lie in neat bundles where light and dust are kept at bay. The archive is a quiet place that holds the past in order, where records sleep like seeds waiting for the season. The scribe knows the content of these rolls, as a gardener knows the rows of a field. Each roll is touched with care, handled gently, consulted for what it contains. In that space, continuity is preserved, and the quiet work of memory goes on without fanfare. Training a scribe is a patient unfolding, a long apprenticeship of repetition and care. A young hand learns to form signs, to space lines evenly, to mix ink in a consistent manner. Mistakes are corrected quietly, guidance offered in the soft tone of practice. Over time, technique becomes habit, habit becomes comfort, and the apprentice becomes the keeper of records. The process is gentle and slow, a steady passing of skill from one calm mind to another. In this continuity, knowledge is preserved and refined. Administrative lists are composed like quiet prayers. Each entry, a small invocation calling forth obligation and remembrance. The scribe's hand moves with the gravity of someone making a small, necessary offering to order, whether noting the names of those who worked the fields or the quantities of grain stored. The list is an embodiment of care. It ensures that names will not fade and that measures will be known. There is a soft sanctity in this diligence, a humble service rendered through ink and steady thought. Measurements are taken with tools that are simple and reliable, each one used with a slow certainty. The cubit rod rests smooth in the hand, the cord windings known by feel. With these implements, space becomes accountable, and the sons and daughters of the land have their portions traced. Measurement is a small act of trust, translating physical length into an agreed-upon unit. The act itself is soothingly mechanical, a repetition that ties perception to standard. In the repetition, there is a quiet stability. When disputes arise, the records speak with calm clarity. A list consulted gently can diffuse uncertainty. A measure verified by ink can quiet a raised voice. The scribe's work is often an instrument of reconciliation, turning the ephemeral into the enduring. Pages provide a slow certainty that tempers quick emotion. There is comfort in this mediation, a belief that care taken in recording can heal imbalance. The scrolls stand as unhurried witnesses, their presence an assurance that memory can be depended upon. The act of copying preserves more than words. It preserves tone and form. To replicate a decree or a map is to practice a kind of careful imitation, a respect for the original that keeps its intent alive. Scribes copy slowly, matching signs and spacing with patient attention. Each replication is a quiet transmission, a soft link in a chain of continuity. The faithful reproduction of text becomes a ritual of continuity, a small measured way to keep things alive across time. Counting laborers is an exercise in attentive presence. Each name entered on a roll represents a person with a rhythm of life and work. The scribe notes days worked, specialties, and assignments, building a portrait of labor as a landscape of people. This mapping has a human texture, and writing it down gives weight to each contribution. The calm steadiness in recording labor turns ephemeral effort into something shared and remembered. The sheet of papyrus holds traces of lives in slow, steady strokes. Land surveys often begin at dawn, when the light is soft and the air still. The surveyor and the scribe move together, measuring and noting in a rhythm that flows with the day. The river's cool breath and the quiet of fields provide a gentle backdrop for precise work. The surveyor's steps are measured, while the scribe's hand moves to capture the geometry of place. There is a patient intimacy in recording the shape of a plot, a quiet knowing that these lines will shelter future plans and assurances. The logistics of storage and distribution require a mind that thinks in calm sequences. Records of grain jars, storage rooms, and transport schedules are kept with methodical care. The scribe notes quantities, locations, and movements, creating a map of provision that ensures supply and balance. That careful listing helps to sustain households and communities, allowing for prepared and measured responses to need. In the slow ordering of goods, there is a benevolent steadiness that nourishes daily life. The scribe's script can shift in tone according to purpose. Red ink marks important headings. Black ink fills in detail. The change of color is a soft signal, a way to guide the eye with quiet intent. Margins are left for notes, corrections, and additions, and the page breathes in its organization. The attentive combination of color and space yields calm readability. The methodical arrangement is itself a mode of care, ensuring that what is written will be clear and useful when consulted. Royal missives, when recorded, are given a particular stillness. The phrasing is preserved with exactness, the dignity of official voice kept intact through careful copying. The scribe feels a responsibility to honor the tone and content, to ensure that instruction travels faithfully. There is a reverent focus in this duty, a sense of preserving a voice that will guide many. The quiet transcription becomes a custodial act, safeguarding the words that shape order and expectation. The administration of estates unfolds in small, thoughtful gestures on the page. Records of livestock, of hired hands, of produce stored create an intimate ledger of livelihoods. The scribe's notes chart cycles of care and consumption, linking harvest to household and field to table. In attentive accounting, a household's life is rendered steady and predictable. The page keeps watch over daily flows, offering a soft reassurance that the smaller things of life are tended and noted. Maps drawn by the hand of a scribe are made with soft lines and careful annotation. The coastline, the bend of a river, the boundaries of a field, all find their place through gentle strokes. The map does not rush to define itself. It waits for the correct measure, for the patient note that will make sense later. In that patience, place gains clarity. The drawn lines are calming, like a slow path traced on the sand, a path that others can follow with confidence. Registers of craftsmen and their skills are kept with quiet respect. A scribe notes who carves stone finely, who works gold with a delicate eye, who paints with a steady hand. The acknowledgement of skill is gentle and precise, a small record that honors competence. These entries help match task to talent, ensuring that work is carried out by those suited to it. The list becomes a soft network of labor, a way to know who to call upon without rashness or haste. Time itself is kept in the steady rhythm of entries. Days, months, festival times are noted in layouts that follow an ordered cadence. the calendar on the page helps to bind agricultural cycles to administrative life to ensure that tasks are scheduled and remembered. The scribe's hand moves in a temporal pattern, repeating familiar entries that mark the passing of seasons. There is a meditative quality in tracing time this way, a slow insistence that life's cycles will be tended and respected. When supplies must move, the scribe plans quietly, noting routes and quantities with measured care. The record becomes a logistics map, assigning resources to journeys and destinations. Each notation is a small commitment to movement, thought out in advance, so that transport can proceed without unnecessary strain. The calm of planning reduces friction and worry, and the careful paper trail ensures that resources find their way. The scribe's attentive notation turns motion into a steady, dependable flow. In the archive, lists are cross-referenced with a gentle precision that makes retrieval easy. Indexes grow like patient gardens, each entry a marker that leads to a stored role. The practice is unhurried, designed for clarity and calm. When a query arises, the scribe can consult and resolve, bringing forth information as one might bring forth a familiar bowl from a shelf. That readiness reinforces the trust placed in records, a trust born of careful maintenance and tender attention. The texture of ink itself is part of the calm. It stains the reeds slightly, leaves a faint smell of vegetable and mineral, and dries in a matter of breaths. This sensory detail is small but grounding, a tactile continuity that connects thought and mark. The scribe becomes attuned to these little signals, the darkening of a line, the slight falter in stroke, the smoothness of papyrus beneath the wrist. These sensations are part of the craft's quiet language, a whisper of the material world in the service of order. Audits are conducted with a deliberate calm, a solitaire-like comparison of role against reality. The scribe checks jars against lists, stores against entries, ensuring faithful correspondence between word and world. The process is not an interrogation, but a careful reconciliation, an exercise in matching records to presence. There is an unhurried satisfaction when numbers align, a gentle completion in the harmony of account. When discrepancies appear, they are noted and attended to with measured patience. The slow maintenance of records is a kind of preservation of trust. People rely on the written word to hold agreements and to keep promises. The scribe's role in this is humble and steady, to make sure that what was pledged is remembered and that what was due is accounted for. The page thus becomes a social bond, a quiet contract between hands and hearts. The confidence cultivated through careful record keeping has a soft power, calming disputes and smoothing daily exchanges. The scribe's signature is a modest seal, a little flourish that grounds an entry in personal responsibility. It is not ostentation, but a gentle affirmation. This was measured and set down with care. Over time, such marks become familiar, reassuring to those who read them. The personal touch does not shout. It simply confirms presence and care. In that small mark, the human hand behind the measures is acknowledged. The steady work of counting and listing shapes a larger order that people can rely upon. Food is apportioned, labor is organized, disputes are clarified, and festivals are scheduled. Each task recorded contributes to a web of quiet arrangements that sustain daily life. The scribe's role is thus connective, linking individual moments into a continuous stream of manageable facts. It is a calming, invisible scaffolding on which much of life is gently supported. Training manuals and copied exemplars sit in quiet piles, their pages worn soft by familiar fingers. These exemplar texts show forms of numbers, official phrasing, and formatting for various record types. The aspiring scribe studies these slowly, imitating strokes until they become second nature. The practice is steady and repetitive, a meditative discipline in which skill is embedded through repetition. There is comfort in learning from known models, and a shared language grows through this quiet lineage. In moments of change, records allow a smooth passing of responsibility. When a steward is replaced or a field reassigned, the written role provides a calm transition, offering continuity amid alteration. The paper trail tames the uncertainty that change might bring, carrying details forward so that new hands can work without confusion. The scribe's notes thus ease flux, tempering movement with memory. The persistent presence of written record fosters a kind of stability that soothes and steadies. Scribes sometimes travel to consult fields, to verify tallies, or to carry messages, moving with the soft purpose of their office. They bring rolls and pallets, measuring tools and steady hands. Their presence in the field is unobtrusive, a calm bridge between the world of production and the world of accounting. In their steady observation, they translate the living landscape into numbers and names, transporting that knowledge back to the repository of records. The movement is slow and purposeful. Without hurry, the steady accumulation of records creates institutional memory, a slow unfolding of continuity that outlives a single day or a single life. Successive hands add to the body of roles, each contribution a modest, careful inscription. Together, these records form a quiet archive that supports future decision-making and remembrance. The scribe contributes to something larger through daily diligence, and there is a gentle solace in being part of that unfolding memory. When examining bound lists, one senses a rhythm of civic life, the ebb and flow of harvests, the cycle of labor, the seasons of festivals. Entries trace patterns that are almost musical, a long, slow melody of routine. The scribe records motifs of repetition and variation, and the resulting texture is calm and recognizable. In this way, the archives sing their muted song of life's practicalities, a soothing score of measured activity. Corrections are made with care and clarity, never hastily. A written erasure is performed with deliberate gestures, a scraping of the surface, a neat insertion, a marginal note. The scribe preserves the integrity of the page while allowing for human error to be mended. Such careful correction keeps records honest without violence, ensuring that truth is reached gently. The process itself is calming, an acceptance of imperfection addressed with patient attention. The interplay between oral instruction and written record is harmonious and slow. Orders given by voice are translated carefully to ink, preserving their intent beyond the fleeting moment of speech. The writing does not replace the spoken word, but complements it, giving it a stable home. This soft cooperation ensures that what is meant is not lost, that timing and detail are retained. The written word thus supports the practiced life of instruction and action with a gentle permanence. Catalogs of tools and equipment are kept with orderly lists, noting condition, location, and quantity. This quiet attention to material care helps life proceed without abrupt interruptions. The scribe's entries make it possible to locate a tool when needed, to plan repairs, to allocate resources thoughtfully. In this mundane attentiveness, daily work is made smoother and less fraught. The calm administration of things brings ease to the people who depend on them. In all of this, the scribe's temperament matters. A calm, measured mind lends itself to the slow accuracy required. The hand that writes does not hurry, and the mind that counts does not scatter. The practice demands patience and modesty, a willingness to be the quiet holder of collective detail. This temperament imparts a certain stillness to the records themselves, and the world can rest on that stillness with confidence. The small rituals of the scribe, preparing ink at dawn, aligning papyrus sheets, checking the sharpness of the reed, are themselves soothing. They provide a predictable sequence that frames the day and anchors attention. These acts are repeated with a soft, steady discipline, and in their repetition lies a domestic calm. Such rituals connect thought and hand and create an internal rhythm that supports careful work throughout the hours. As lists are consulted and updated, history is recorded in practical strokes rather than grand proclamations. The daily work of accounting, of listing, of measuring builds a slow narrative of continuity. Each entry is modest, but together they form an enduring archive that reflects the life of a people. The scribe's careful hand weaves these modest facts into a fabric of remembrance that gently enfolds the community. Even in quiet corners, where light falls softly on a scroll, the scribe's work continues with a serene resolve. The soft rustle of papyrus and the faint whisper of reed on surface are companionable sounds. The act of making records is an unassuming stewardship, a steady tending of the threads that bind society. With each careful line, the scribe contributes to an ongoing order, a patient architecture of memory that supports life in small, sure ways. Stones rise like a quiet chorus, each one placed with patient hands, and within their cool shade there is a steady calm. The air moves slowly through open colonnades. It carries the faint scents of incense and of oil. Light falls in soft bands across the floors like slow breaths. The spaces between pillars feel like pauses in a long, even song. People move like gentle waves, carrying small offerings, tending the small fires that burn in steady devotion. Inside these sheltered places, time can be felt as a long, even line without rush. Tasks are done with careful repetition. The rhythm of those tasks is measured, like the turning of a slow season. Each movement is deliberate, each step a small part of a larger, quiet whole. In the inner rooms, priests perform gestures that feel like small prayers pressed into stone and air. Their hands move in designed patterns, soft and measured. An axe of ritual is placed gently and then set aside. Bowls are filled and poured, the liquid running in thin, whispering streams. Cloth is smoothed over surfaces with care. Words are spoken in low, even tones, not loud, but clear. These phrases are repeated with a softness that carries meaning, a kind of steady remembering. The voice is calm and sure, and it anchors a sense of continuity. It asks for balance and gives thanks, and in the act, it keeps a cycle unbroken. The soft cadence of these utterances weaves through stone halls like a slow current. Offerings are arranged as if composing a peaceful drawing, Baskets of grain lie together, loaves are placed in neat rows, and small vessels hold oils and fragrant herbs. Food is not hurriedly handled. Each item is acknowledged. The offerings are gestures of care, and they are treated with the same calm attention that guided their making. There is a gentle order to how the goods are set out. Some are placed before statues that watch without motion. Some are stored for changing seasons. The movement of these goods follows a steady hand. The placing and the taking are parts of a long, sure habit. Each act of giving is recorded silently by the presence of those who tend the place. Beyond the ritual rooms, there are spaces where goods rest and are counted under a soft light. Shelves and bins hold the quiet abundance of estate stores. Scribes sit in low, patient light, their reed pens moving in small, deliberate strokes. They keep lists that read like careful, slow footsteps. Each entry is a small decision, a note of balance, a marking of what was given and what remains. The sound of the pen is soft, a steady metronome. Numbers and names sit on the page in neat columns. These records do not demand sudden change. They are inked with an eye for longevity. In this way, the handling of offerings becomes part of a broader, calm stewardship, a gentle tending of the resources entrusted to the place. Gardens near these buildings are arranged with a peaceful sense of proportion. Narrow pathways wind between beds of fragrant plants. Water moves in low channels, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. People walk slowly here, hands brushing leaves, as if reading a familiar text. The planting and the pruning are regular acts, a quiet maintenance of balance between growth and rest. The gardens supply herbs for incense and oils for anointing. They also offer a soft backdrop to the lives that flow through the precinct. Here, the world of stone and the world of green meet, and the meeting is calm and rooted. The rhythm of planting and harvest is steady, repeating across years like a comfortable pulse. Workshops hum with a gentle industry. Craftspeople sit with focused patience, shaping small objects with repeated, careful motions. Metal is beaten with soft, practiced taps. Stone is smoothed in slow passes. Colored pigments are mixed with water and applied in even strokes. Jewelry and small statuettes are created with an economy of movement, each touch sure and deliberate. There is a particular quiet to craftsmanship that is free from hurry. Tools are kept in order. Surfaces are wiped clean. The making itself is meditative, a conversation between hand, material, and time. Each finished object becomes part of the steady supply that supports the rituals and the daily life of the precinct. The sound of water is often near, a constant small murmur. Pools collect rain and channel the river Thames deliverances. Water is used to cleanse and to cool. It is poured slowly over altars, released into basins, and used to soften cloth. The presence of water softens the edges of stone and voices. It brings a shade of movement that is never loud. Handling water is a quiet practice of care. It is not taken for granted. The giving of water to a statue or to a vessel is like an act of remembering, and through that remembering, a bond is quietly maintained. The people who tend to these places move as part of a shared, unspoken agreement. They know their tasks and perform them with a measured grace. Servants carry trays, attendants light lamps, and custodians sweep in long, unhurried strokes. Each role fits as if it were a single thread in a calm fabric. No act stands alone. Each supports another. The coordination is not frantic, but slow and confident. Steps are timed with small gestures. A glance is enough to pass instruction. The pace is steady and familiar, and in that steadiness, there is a deep, calming assurance. Musicians sometimes play in spaces meant to soften the air. Their instruments make steady, lulling tones. Flutes exhale slow notes, and stringed instruments are plucked with care. The music is not meant to startle, but to soothe, like a gentle tide. Rhythms are simple and round, repeating patterns that invite the mind to follow. The music slides between rooms, carrying with it a sense of measured time. It settles into the bones of the place and becomes another element in the overall calm, another slow current joining the flow. Lighting is managed with an attentive hand. Lamps are trimmed and filled with oil. Candles are placed so that shadows fall softly and evenly. The glow is warm and low, never harsh. The careful control of light soothes the eye and the spirit. It shapes the impressions of faces and statues, making the world seem close and contained. In that controlled light, features are softened, and the mind is invited to move slowly. The light supports ritual and reading and the gentle work of the precinct. It is part of an attention to small comforts, steady and calming. Daily schedules are kept not as a strict discipline, but as a comforting order. Certain rites take place at the soft hours of morning and evening. Other tasks are spread across the day like gentle markers. People orient their pace to these recurrent points. The schedule is a slow heartbeat that gives the place its shape. It allows those who live there to find rest and to perform their duties in a measured way. The repetition of small, reliable acts builds a quiet confidence, a sense of being part of something that endures. Teachings and stories are shared in hushed voices. Elders speak of past days and gentle lessons. They pass on methods of care and the meanings behind certain practices. Learning happens through watching, doing, and soft instruction. The transmission of knowledge is patient. No lesson is hurried. The unfolding is gradual, like the opening of a flower. Students are guided to move with care and to notice small details. In this slow passing of skill and sense, the continuity of the place is preserved. The presence of statues and carved images brings a certain still companionship. These images stand in quiet witness, faces composed and measured. Offerings are placed before them, and rituals are performed with a sense that the presence is receptive and calm. The images do not demand sudden attention. They invite a long gaze, and that gaze becomes a gentle practice of remembering and respect. The stillness of these figures seems to set the tone for the living, who move around them, suggesting restraint, balance, and repose. Record keeping is both practical and sacred. Account rolls and lists are stored carefully, often in dry shelves and protected chests. Their existence brings a quiet sense of order. The records themselves are not intrusive. They simply track the flow of goods and duties with unassuming accuracy. In their neat columns, the life of the precinct is chronicled. This careful preservation is itself a kind of devotion, an insistence that the details of care should not be lost. Over time, these small inscriptions build into a slow, patient memory. Training for certain ritual roles includes the learning of scent and sound. Priests and attendants become familiar with the subtleties of incense blends. They learn which fragrances are used at different times and how a particular smoke curls and settles. They also learn the measured notes of ceremonial songs. the pauses and soft emphases that give songs their quiet power. These subtleties are tended like fragile seedlings. Attention to them brings a gentle discipline that is as much about feeling as it is about form. Meals shared within the precinct are modest and deliberate. Food is prepared with calm hands and eaten with an awareness of others. The sharing of bread, soup, and small dishes is a social ritual that reinforces bonds. The simple hospitality of these meals creates a background of trust. Eating becomes part of the rhythm of the day, a pause that is both practical and reflective. Those who work side by side find rest in the quiet company of routine sustenance. At certain times, festivals provide slow, collective breathing. They are not frenetic events, but extended occasions for communal remembrance. People come together to walk in procession, to sing, and to offer in measured steps. The processions are slow and deliberate, like a long, unhurried walk, and they allow participants to feel connected to each other and to the traditions that bind them. The gentle repetition of familiar chants and gestures across a festival day creates a sense of calm unity. Animals kept nearby are tended with the same steady care. Small herds and flocks are given quiet attention. They are fed, cleaned, and led in slow, short walks. The handling of animals mirrors the human habit of gentle routine. The presence of animals brings life into the precinct, but their care is never rushed. It is a continuation of the overall attention to rhythm and balance. Boundaries around these precincts are not sharp walls of exclusion, but measured separations that hold the inner calm. Gates are watched, not with harshness, but with a steady presence that knows when to open and when to close. Those who pass through are greeted with ritual courtesy and guided by the pace of the place. Entry and exit follow predictable patterns that preserve the quiet within. The rhythm of movement through thresholds is part of the larger breathing of the precinct. Communal responsibility is a soft web that supports individual tasks. Each person understands how their small work fits within the whole. There is no hasty autonomy. Instead, a patient collaboration. When one acts with care, others can trust the continuity of their shared life. This trust is maintained through small, repeated acts. It creates a predictable environment in which rest and attention flourish. Small repairs are done as needed, not in panic, but with steady hands and simple tools. Cracks are filled, hinges are oiled, and thatch is mended with measured motions. The practice is unobtrusive and regular. In attending to the minor decay of daily life, the caretakers affirm the long-term viability of the place. A stitch here and a patch there keep the larger structure quietly whole. This practice of attentive maintenance is itself calming, an ongoing pledge of care. The flow of goods into and out of the precinct is managed with a patient logistics that feels like tending a slow garden. Deliveries arrive in deliberate waves, and the distribution of supplies follows a system of careful measurements. Nothing is left to chance. Each exchange is recorded and set in its place. The management of this flow is not ostentatious. It is practical and unassuming, and it supports the broader stability that all inside rely upon. Silence is deliberately cultivated as part of the space. Certain hours are held for quiet, allowing reflection and rest. These pauses are not empty, but full of soft attention. In the hush, small sounds become meaningful. The scrape of a sandal, The distant water, the slow insect hum. Silence in this context is not absence but presence, a tender allowance for the mind to slow and breathe. It is a cultivated quiet that nourishes memory and focus. Offerings that are not used immediately are stored with a sense of respect. Wrapped and labeled, they wait in cool storage. The act of wrapping is careful and deliberate. The materials used are chosen for their durability and gentle texture. These containers keep the gifts safe and make them ready for future use. There is comfort in the knowledge that what is given will be tended and will continue to serve. Ritual objects are made and kept as if they were quiet companions. Staffs, scepters, and small symbols are polished and aligned. They are handled with respect in preparation for use, and then returned to their places with a soft reverence. The act of preparing a ritual object is itself gentle meditation. Each object carries with it a history of small, patient gestures, and the care given to it reflects the continuity of that history. Interactions with townspeople are conducted with calm dignity. Requests are heard and answered with measured kindness. The precinct holds a steady presence in the community, and that presence is not demanding but kindly consistent. People come with their needs, and the attendants respond with a practiced calm. This reciprocal rhythm reinforces a shared life that is balanced and stable. The language of symbols is slow and steady. Images and motifs are repeated in careful patterns. These patterns do not shout meanings, they whisper them. The repetition acts like a lullaby for the communal memory, helping the mind to settle into known shapes of thought and belief. Symbols become familiar touchstones, guiding behavior gently and quietly. There is a sense of continuity that runs through everyday acts. A simple cleaning, a careful count, a small offering, each is like a pebble dropped into a still pool, its ripple slow and even. Over time, these ripples overlap and form a broad, calm tide. This tide supports the lives of those within, giving a stable backdrop against which each person can find their place and their rest. Hands that have learned the patterns of care move with a soft certainty. They do not hurry. They do not worry. Their movements have the quiet assurance of repetition and practice. Each motion is an echo of the last, and together they form a slow choreography that steadies the whole. Watching such hands is like watching the steady flow of a river in which nothing is sudden and everything is purposeful. Records and memories are kept not to boast, but to remember. Names, gifts, and seasons are noted so that the small acts of devotion are not lost to time. This careful memory keeps the thread of continuity unbroken. Those who tend the records do so with a calm respect for the past and a gentle concern for the future. In that careful preservation, the life of the place endures in a soft, steady arc. Even as people come and go, the precinct holds its slow identity. Changes happen in patient measure. New apprentices learn from elders. New objects are crafted and placed. The place adapts without sudden upheaval, absorbing small differences into its steady cadence. This continuity is not rigid, but flexible, a living balance that sustains rest and care. Everything here is ordered by a quiet patience. The measured rituals, the careful records, the steady tending of goods and living things, all these combine into an atmosphere that invites repose. Each small action contributes to a larger structure of calm. In that calm, time stretches like a deep breath, slow and sure, and the rhythm of life is felt as a gentle, enduring presence. Large stones waited in shaded quarries, like patient islands, each one measured and chosen with quiet intent. Men moved with slow, steady steps, their hands finding familiar grooves and natural lines in the rock. They listened to the voice of the stone, the small cracks and whispering grains that suggested where a clean separation might come with care. Tools were simple and trusted. Copper and stone worked patiently against harder stone, steadying blows that followed a rhythm like a heartbeat. Each cut was measured and deliberate, as if the act of freeing a block were a kind of careful conversation between human hand and the ancient weight of the earth. Surveyors walked softly over flat ground, their ropes and wooden rods held with gentle focus. They set sighting poles and stretched lines across the sand, feeling the pull of straightness in their hands. Angles were noted on smooth boards, numbers recorded in calm ink, like slow footsteps marked along a gentle path. The horizon and the heavens both served as guides, a soft alignment between the ground beneath and the ordered sky above. Surveying was patience, a practice of trust in steady measurements that allowed stones and spaces to find one another in quiet symmetry. When plans required a heavy stone to travel, people assembled like parts of a careful machine, their movements coordinated and unhurried. Sledges were prepared with care, runners oiled or moistened with water and sand to ease the passage of great weight. Long ropes were coiled patiently and handed from one pair of hands to another, each person finding their place in a long measured line. The sound of many breaths matched the slow exertion, and songs or steady counting might mark the pace so no one hurried and no one lagged. There was a calm order to the effort, a shared sense that every small step was part of a larger, steady progress. Rivers carried heavy burdens in quiet motion, barges drifting under gentle steering oars and driven by rhythms of skilled hands. Stones loaded with careful ropes were eased into holds and balanced with thoughtfulness, each placement considered so the barge would float true. The Nile itself seemed a companion, a long ribbon that accepted heavy gifts and bore them south or north with a soft and steady flow. The pace of travel was measured by the current and the sky, by the slow turning of the day. Men and women watched the banks slide by, content in the deliberate movement that transported great elements from quarry to temple, in a manner that asked for patience and trust. Large projects required clear orders and calm oversight, not shouting, but steady direction. Overseers moved with composed authority, their eyes attentive to lines and angles, to the placement of a block and the health of a team. They kept lists in smooth script, counting days and workers with gentle constancy. Their decisions were the product of observation and memory, of knowing which masons excelled at delicate shaping and which crews preferred the steady labor of hauling. This work of guidance was quiet, not a demand, but a steady keeping of measure, ensuring that different parts of the project advanced in balanced accord. Ramps rose from the earth like slow gestures toward the sky, broad and graded, their faces smoothed and compacted to receive the weight of many feet. Builders laid down layers of packed earth, trampling and smoothing, watching the slope take form over days and weeks with calm satisfaction. Each ramp was a careful balance between incline and stability, a thoughtful compromise that allowed heavy pieces to ascend with measured effort. Laborers climbed and descended along these soft arteries of construction, their footfalls slow and rhythmic, each step part of a longer, unhurried ascent toward a completed structure. Stonecutters worked in groups with focused calm, their chisels tapping like a soft rain on the face of a block. They followed conventions of form and proportion, shaping surfaces with steady hands that observed rules passed down through many seasons. Faces and symbols were incised in soft, deliberate strokes, not hurried, each line a patient claim upon the stone's enduring silence. Tools were sharpened often, maintained with the same care given to the hands that used them. The process was slow and deliberate, each small removal of material a considered choice that built up into the final, balanced image. Coordination extended to supplies and food, gentle logistics that kept crews nourished and steady. Cookhouses prepared simple meals in measured time, loaves and stews portioned to sustain bodies engaged in patient labor. Water was plentiful and carefully managed so that thirst did not interrupt the steady flow of work. Tents and temporary shelters offered shade and rest between tasks, places where workers could fold into quiet respite before returning to the gentle cadence of their roles. The attention to these small needs allowed longer efforts to continue with calm endurance. Temporary quarters for skilled craftsmen were arranged near the work, small communities of focused craft and patient skill. These spaces held benches, tools, and materials, and were filled with a soft concentration that fostered steady making. Craftsmen would pass plans along a slow line of hands, each person contributing a precise part to a larger whole. The rhythm of daily work in these quarters was meditative, composed of repeated motions that allowed skill to deepen and complex tasks to unfold in an unhurried way. Time was a friend in these settings, a slow teacher that improved line and form. Transport required a slow choreography of people and simple machines. Levers and wooden frames multiplied human strength without abrupt force. Team slid beams and braces into place with a careful push, then paused to readjust and breathe. Each movement was measured, avoiding sudden strain and preserving the longevity of the workers. The idea of leverage itself was a gentle lesson in balance, a demonstration that many small, steady forces, when combined, could move a very great mass. The process respected the limits of bodies and materials alike, advancing steps by sustainable steps. Survey lines returned as guides at every stage, marking places where foundations would settle and walls would rise. Pegs in the ground and stretched cords offered quiet promises of straightness, reminders that work should follow a calm plan. These lines were checked and rechecked with soft comparisons of sight and measure, a patient loop of checking and adjusting until alignment felt true. Such repeated attention calmed builders, giving them confidence in the eventual shape of their efforts. The repeated checking was less about doubt and more about respectful care for precision. Workers specialized in groups, each group cultivating a particular kind of slow expertise. Quarry crews learned how to free blocks while preserving the integrity of the remaining face. Hauling teams grew accustomed to the timing of each step, learning to synchronize their pace with the weight before them. Mason gangs refined the art of facing and fitting, tending to seams with meticulous attention. This division allowed each person to develop deep familiarity with a steady set of tasks, making the larger enterprise gentle in its cumulative skill. Stone faces sometimes received faint guidelines, pecked marks that mapped out the gentle plan of form to come. These small dots and shallow lines were the quiet language between master and material, a way of teaching the shape into being. They were not hurried sketches, but slow suggestions that guided the chisel's path. The marks could be revised, smoothed away, or allowed to remain as traces of thoughtful decisions. They were reminders that creation often proceeds through patient correction and gradual refinement rather than sudden invention. The movement of obelisks was a particularly deliberate exercise in slow, coordinated care. These tall, tapering stones were chosen and shaped with extraordinary respect, their edges and faces brought to final smoothness by steady abrasion. When an obelisk left the quarry, it did so under the watchful calm of many hands, steps planned to distribute strain and to prevent sudden slips. The methods used were simple and precise: sledges, rollers, coiled ropes, greased surfaces, and the patient strength of organized teams. Each stage depended on measured adjustments and a shared sense of careful progress. Logbooks recorded daily tasks and flows of material with calm clarity, noting who worked, what was moved, and when a task reached a stable conclusion. These records were practical and unemotional, focused on sustaining a long enterprise through consistent accounting. They allowed overseers to see patterns in labor and supply, to plan shifts so rest and work balanced, and to ensure resources were steady. The pages offered a quiet continuity, a way to fold each day into the steady arc of the project without rush. Masons fitted stones with soft adaptations, smoothing contact faces and ensuring seams met without abrupt gaps. Mortises and dowels held elements together with quiet ingenuity. Wooden pegs or metal cramps placed with deliberate precision. The goal was a steady union of forms, a structure that endured through patient fitting rather than through haste. These subtle interventions maintained both strength and an inner calm, a sense that the building was conceived as a harmonious whole rather than a hurried piling of parts. In some places, small workshops shaped the decorative elements that would later adorn larger structures. Jewelers and inlayers worked with a concentrated stillness, bending small materials into detailed forms. Their movements were restrained and careful, each piece tested against the whole of a design before being finalized. The quiet work of such artisans added to the overall tempo of construction, providing a measured beauty that complemented the broader, patient labor of heavier trades. Transport along the desert required attention to the ground itself, to the give and texture of sand and gravel. Teams adjusted the weight distribution on sledges, sometimes placing rolls under runners, sometimes wetting the sand to create a firmer path. These tactical choices were slow experiments, tried and refined over seasons. Workers learned the subtle differences in grain and slope, learning to coax heavy loads along with minimal resistance. The desert itself became part of the cooperative effort, a companion whose small variations shaped the pace of movement. When complex lifts were necessary, wooden scaffolds rose like scaffolds of patience, layered and braced for safety. These frames were assembled with slow care, pegs and ties securing each level. Workers climbed and descended with measured steps, always conscious of balance and weight. Pulleys and ropes were employed with calm attention, moving small increments of height at a time so that nothing strained beyond a safe threshold. The scaffold was both a tool and a symbol of steady ascent, an engineered patience that allowed work to proceed upward without undue haste. Records of quantities and measurements were kept in clear, repeated form, numbers aligned in patient columns. This quiet accounting made it possible to predict needs and to avoid sudden shortages that might disrupt the steady rhythm of work. Food, wood, metal, and stone were tallied with a sense of continuity, each entry a small stitch in the fabric of a long-lived plan. Such careful bookkeeping brought tranquility to a large enterprise, as the knowledge that supplies were secure offered calm assurance to those engaged in persistent effort. Training and mentorship were gentle practices, where skilled workers guided novices through patient repetition. New hands learned to place a chisel, to feel the grain of a block, to keep step with a hauling crew in unhurried rehearsal. Masters demonstrated motions slowly, allowing apprentices time to absorb the rhythm. This passing on of method ensured that skill multiplied without coercion, a steady craft tradition that unfolded like a slow lesson in trust and attention. Bodies at work were cared for with practical kindness, minor ailments tended to by knowledgeable members of the group. Simple remedies and rest were valued, and the schedule allowed for pauses when needed. This pragmatic compassion kept teams steady over long periods, recognizing that work done well requires attention to comfort and healing. The practice of care was as important as the tools and plans, supporting the quiet endurance necessary for prolonged tasks. Ritual moments sometimes marked transitions in labor, small ceremonies that acknowledged the weight of what was being undertaken. Offerings of bread or libations might be placed with little fanfare, an unassuming pause that aligned work with a sense of continuity beyond the immediate task. These gestures were not dramatic, but gentle acknowledgments, soft notes of gratitude or intention that smoothed the passage between one phase of work and another. They gave workers a quiet hub of meaning in the midst of steady effort. The geography of a site influenced decisions in calm ways, with wind, sun, and soil considered in measured plans. Builders placed foundations where ground felt stable, oriented walls to catch the gentlest light, and respected the contours of the land in their designs. Such attentiveness avoided unnecessary struggle and allowed structures to sit with ease upon their chosen ground. The process resembled slow conversation with place, where builders listened and adjusted to reach a balanced outcome. Tools were maintained with routine care, sharpened, oiled, and repaired as a matter of course. This ordinary attentiveness prevented sudden failures and preserved a steady course of work. A sharpened chisel cut more cleanly and required less force. A well-lubricated sledge moved with less strain. The simple rituals of upkeep reflected a larger ethic of prudence and mindfulness. By tending tools thoughtfully, workers fostered a gentleness in their labor that extended the life of both implements and bodies. Synchronized breathing and counting were often used to maintain a harmonious pace, slow vocal rhythms assisting teams to pull or lift together. These measured sounds had a calming effect, converting effort into a unified, predictable movement. They minimized sudden, uneven exertion and promoted a sense of shared responsibility. The sound of counting or a simple song became a metronome for collective work, a gentle external beat that guided internal steadiness. When a heavy piece reached its appointed place, the final adjustments were made with solemn calm. Small wedges and soft mallets coaxed seams into exact alignment, and final surfaces were scraped and smoothed with steady hands. This last stage required an attentive quiet, an ease that allowed minute corrections to settle the stone into its long rest. The process was less about triumph and more about a soft satisfaction, the kind that comes from careful finishing and the completion of a long, patient sequence. Different crafts communicated through simple signals and the exchange of small models or sketches, sharing plans in humble, tangible form. A carpenter might present a wooden mock-up to a mason, and both would touch and turn it slowly until a common understanding emerged. These exchanges were calm dialogues, oriented toward clarity rather than urgency. They ensured that each element would fit the others with unforced cohesion, a gentle collaboration of distinct skills. Paths for material flow were kept clear and orderly, simple routes that allowed movement to proceed without stoppage. This attention to order reduced friction and preserved the steady momentum of the work. Clear paths also offered safety, preventing unexpected collisions or sudden blockages that could disturb the composed rhythm. The maintenance of such routes was a quiet, ongoing task that supported the larger enterprise in unobtrusive ways. As seasons shifted, plans were adjusted with mild foresight, slowing or accelerating certain tasks to align with weather and river levels. This seasonal sensitivity allowed projects to proceed with minimal strain, taking advantage of times when transport was easier or when labor could be more comfortably sustained. Such planning was not frantic forecasting, but a thoughtful attunement to recurring cycles, an acceptance of natural rhythms that guided the tempo of work. Overseers kept a careful eye on the union of form and function, ensuring that the finished shape would serve its intended purpose while maintaining a composed beauty. Designs were examined for durability and proportion, and adjustments were made with calm deliberation. This responsibility required both technical knowledge and an aesthetic restraint, balancing practicality and quiet grace. The oversight was steady rather than forceful, a gentle insistence on solidity and thoughtful form. Small celebrations marked milestones without fanfare, a shared loaf or a moment of rest to name a complete phase before the next steady task began. These pauses reinforced a sense of community and continuity, gentle acknowledgments that work had advanced another measured step. They were not gaudy festivals, but modest respites that allowed collective breathing and quiet appreciation. Such moments kept morale steady and reinforced a cooperative rhythm that made prolonged labor sustainable. Temporary channels and ditches were often constructed with patient effort to smooth the movement of barges and materials. Small engineering tasks that required coordinated digging and careful shaping. These features redirected water subtly, ensuring that loading and unloading could be achieved in a calm, efficient manner. The work was practical and unobtrusive, a soft manipulation of landscape to serve the needs of movement without forcing abrupt change. Steady rhythms of light and shadow played across unfinished walls, offering builders a gentle sense of time as they worked. Morning light lengthened into afternoon and then softened into evening, and this natural cadence was woven into the daily routines. Workers used these subtle cues to pace themselves, aligning tasks with the coolness of early hours or with the gentler light of late day. The ebb and flow of illumination became a quiet partner in the measured progress of construction. Plans and proportions were often guided by familiar measures: the length of a forearm, the span of two hands, the rhythm of a step. These human scales lent the work a natural proportion, a friendly ratio that made large forms feel comprehensible and manageable. Using such measures kept designs grounded in the lived experience of those who built them, creating an unpretentious harmony between the body and the monumental. As sections of a project took shape, the site itself became a textured map of efforts, a place where different trades interlaced in calm sequences. Paths of sawdust, piles of neatly stacked blocks, and clusters of tools told a story of steady labor woven together. Observing the site felt like tracing the flow of many small, purposeful acts that added up to a slow, unfolding creation. There was a quiet beauty in that interlacing, a sense that large things are made from countless, modest, persistent gestures. The presence of leadership was gentle, an anchoring stability, rather than an abrupt control. Leaders moved through the work with quiet assurance, answering questions and making minor corrections, maintaining the soft coherence of the whole. They relied on the accumulated wisdom of years and the attentive skill of those around them, trusting the slow processes that yielded durable results. Their role was to steady and to guide, not to rush or to unsettle the careful pace of construction. In the careful assembly of great buildings and monuments, patience was the essential material, as necessary as stone or timber. Each act of measured effort, each thoughtful pause and correction, contributed to a slow architecture of endurance. The rhythm of labor resembled a long breathing, inhalation, and exhalation across days and seasons, a pattern that made the moving and shaping of great weight possible. Through this calm repetition, structures rose with dignity, taking form in a sequence of deliberate and unhurried acts. Hands move with patient certainty, tracing lines as if drawing memories from a cool, living stone. Each strike of the chisel is measured, a quiet conversation between metal and mineral. The rhythm is soft and unhurried, a metronome of craft that guides the hand and calms the mind. A block of limestone, sandstone, or harder granite accepts the touch in its own way, offering grain and resistance, absorbing time. The maker listens to that resistance and responds, letting repeated, small adjustments reveal an image that was always sleeping inside the rock. There is no hurry, only steady attention, and the slow emergence of form resembles a river smoothing a stone over many seasons. The workshops keep a gentle order, where tools are arranged like simple prayers. Wooden mallets rest beside bronze chisels, and polishing stones lie near bowls of water, reflecting a pale light. A small apron might hold powders and pigments, tiny vessels of mineral color like secret gardens. Clay models sit quietly, their soft shapes giving guidance for harder work. Apprentices sit or stand with patient focus, learning the cadence of a master by watching and imitating. The way breath gradually matches another's breath. The learning is slow, rhythmic, a repetition that becomes embodied, turning technique into second nature, calm and steady. Surfaces are prepared with care, an act resembling a slow, deliberate breathing. The rough face of a block is pared away, large imperfections erased, until a smoother plane offers itself to finer marks. Sunk relief, low relief, and higher bas relief each invite different kinds of touch, different depths of consideration. For a sunken carving, the artist carves into the plane, letting light find the forms by its own angles. In bas relief, the forms sit gently upon the surface, shadowing softly. Each choice creates a soft dialogue with light and shadow, and the work becomes a study of how stillness holds subtle movement. Polishing is a quiet act of patience, as if the object itself is being soothed. Fine sand, water, and rubbing stones gradually remove roughness, revealing smooth planes and delicate transitions. The surface glows with a subdued sheen, catching a warm, even light. Polishing brings out the natural colors and veins in the stone, making the material speak through texture. The process calms both maker and material. Shared transformation. In that slow smoothing, there is a sense of completion that is neither sudden nor final, but steady and assured, like a breath that lengthens and slows. Metalwork unfolds with similar serenity, though the tools and temperament change. Copper, bronze, gold, and other metals are coaxed into shapes with hammer and anvil, with punches and fine chisels. For small, precious items, the lost wax technique allows a molten whisper to become solid form, the wax melting away and leaving a hollow prepared to receive metal. Gilding lays a thin, luminous skin of gold over a surface, catching light gently and adding a quiet brilliance. Tiny beads and wire are shaped and fixed with calm hands, each motion guided by years of familiar repetition, like seasons repeating their quiet patterns. Inlay and stone setting require a different kind of patience, as if solving a slow, gentle puzzle. Hard stones, lapis lazuli, carnelian, turquoise, are carved to fit in shallow recesses, their colors chosen with subtle attention to balance and contrast. Polished surfaces nestle together, creating small fields of color that hold their own light. Techniques such as cloisonne-like partitions or fine rivets hold materials in place, ensuring their stability across years and handling. Each piece is made to last, and that intention threads through every careful cut and test, a commitment to continuity and care. Pigments are prepared from the earth itself, crushed and sifted until they sleep in fine powders. Red ochre, yellow ochre, carbon black, malachite green, azurite blue, and the rare, deep lapis blue are mixed with binders until they flow like soft memory. Gum, egg, or other natural adhesives are used with measured restraint, enough to hold color, not to overpower it. Painted surfaces are applied with brushes of soft fibers, the strokes slow and deliberate, following guidelines that keep the composition calm and balanced. Layers are thin and attentive, each wash building up a quiet depth of tone, like layers of sky at dusk. The rules of depiction guide each hand with gentle firmness. Figures are arranged according to an agreed language of posture and proportion, a steady system that communicates identity and order. A head in profile, an eye frontal, a torso more aware of breadth than depth. These choices do not deny realism. They invite a different kind of truth. The proportions are mapped with grids, small squares guiding placement of limbs and features, a slow geometry that steadies imagination. The result is calm and composed vision, where each line belongs to a broader, serene syntax. Royal imagery follows additional, respectful patterns, and these patterns are observed with a quiet devotion. Crowns, scepters, and headdresses are rendered with precise attention, not for mere ornament, but to attest to roles and relationships. The crook and flail, the sunflower-like sun disk, the urius of the cobra. Each emblem carries a weight of meaning and continuity. The artist places these symbols with the same deliberate hand used in shaping a statue or polishing a stone, allowing them to settle into the image like small, deliberate truths. The calm of their repetition across objects creates an unhurried lineage. Slow, reassuring familiarity. Workshops are often collective, gentle communities where conversation flows in measured tones. Apprentices learn by copying, by feeling the weight of a chisel, by listening to the description of a technique repeated again and again. Masters correct with soft gestures, showing how a slight change in angle or pressure transforms a form. Tools are shared and respected. Time itself seems to be measured differently within these spaces, stretched into long, soft intervals that encourage steady work and gentle attention. The life of the workshop is a quiet study, an ongoing meditation in practice and perfection. The surfaces of statues and reliefs sometimes receive additional treatments, layers that give them new presence. Gilding can make a face catch light like a calm pool, while inlaid eyes, stone or glass, lend a subtle, steady gaze. Paint can be used to define tiny details, the delicate line of a brow, the soft color of a lip, the subtle shading of a garment's fold. These final touches are applied with a restrained hand, the kind that knows when to stop, preserving the object's serenity and balance. The finished piece rests in a calm completeness, as if it had always known its own form. Design often starts in clay, a medium that answers to touch immediately and yields to small adjustments. A form born in clay is easily refined by fingers that smooth, pinch, and press, searching for balance. This pliant beginning allows an idea to become body without force, to find its own gentle proportions. From clay comes a model, small and true, and that small truth guides the carving, casting, or construction to follow. There is a continuity between the soft practice of shaping and the harder, final material. The same gestures echo, transposed into stone, metal, or wood. Wood carving and woodworking add another serene dimension to the craft. Timber is selected for its grain and warmth, softened by planing, carved in slow gouges, and joined by simple, enduring techniques. Wood can be painted, gilded, inlaid, or left with its natural grain, each choice a quiet statement. The fragrances of sanded wood and the feel of warm timber under a hand are part of the calm practice of making. Wooden models and furnishings often accompany harder, colder materials, offering a comforting contrast that soothes the senses. Jewelry making is the intimate counterpart to monumental sculpture, an expression of small, careful attentions. Fine wires of gold are drawn thin, hammered into delicate shapes, and adorned with tiny gemstones that catch light in soft, controlled glints. Each piece is made to be worn close to the body, a gentle companion that moves with breath and step. Techniques of granulation and filigree weave patterns that reference larger motifs in smaller personal forms. The act of making jewelry is both meticulous and meditative, an art of small gestures bringing lasting grace. The process of polishing metal and stone is almost ceremonial in its repetition, rubbing with progressively finer abrasives, the surface moves toward a luminous calm. Burnishing with a smooth tool brings out a sheen that responds to touch and light. In such quiet acts, the maker and material move together toward a shared stillness. The final surface reflects a small, private world of labor. Each sheen, an echo of repeated motions, each smooth plane, a record of gentle decisions. There is a humble satisfaction in that reflection, a quiet acknowledgement of care well given. Technical knowledge passes through generations in stories and gestures rather than written manuals. The way to hold a chisel, the angle that yields the softest cut, the temperature that best suits a casting. These are taught slowly and embodied through repetition. Names of tools and techniques are spoken softly and often. An elder's hands may guide a younger's first strokes, and that touch teaches more than a single lesson. It transmits a manner of concentration and a patient tempo. In this way, craft becomes a living tradition, an ongoing breathing of skill and calm. Shapes and motifs travel easily between media, appearing in stone, metal, wood, and paint. A lotus carved in relief might reappear as a necklace pendant or as the painted border of a scene. The continuity of motifs gives the world a feeling of coherence, as if different materials were reflections of the same quiet language. Craftspeople learn to translate forms sensitively, adapting a motif to the constraints of a medium while preserving its essential character. This translation itself is a gentle act of interpretation, where fidelity and adaptation are balanced with steady care. The choice of materials is guided by both availability and meaning, a slow negotiation between practical needs and symbolic resonance. Lapis, brought from distant places, holds a deep blue that suggests horizons and depths. Gold, unchanging and soft to the touch, becomes a symbol of eternal sun and unyielding value. Local stones and woods connect objects to place, anchoring them in the landscape that produced them. These material choices are made with quiet thoughtfulness, and the objects they create carry that thought as a hushed memory within their forms. The representation of the human figure follows a steady, almost ritual geometry. Shoulders may be shown from the front, heads from the profile, limbs arranged by proportion rather than exact perspective. This composite view is not an error, but a calm, deliberate system that balances clarity with dignity. The body is schematic in a way that invites gentle contemplation, each posture conveying status, role, or rule with soft certainty. Artists work within this system with care, letting the canon inform but not constrain the subtle individuality that breathes within a face or a gesture. Eyes are often rendered with careful attention, small centers of stillness that offer a calm rapport, whether inlaid with stone or painted with delicate lines. Eyes are made to hold a steady presence. The gaze is seldom of surprise. It is patient and composed, as if the figure is observing time rather than being surprised by it. This measured gaze lends sculptures and painted figures a quiet authority, a tranquil watchfulness that reassures rather than alarms. The makers understand the power of that calm look and craft it with reverence. Small details become the marks of mastery, subtle flourishes that render life without noise. A fold in a garment, the slight tilt of a hand, the carved suggestion of muscle beneath a surface. These are moments of quiet attentiveness. The artist's restraint is as important as any flourish, knowing when to just suggest rather than define. This economy of means creates works that feel measured and composed. Each small decision supports an overall harmony, and the whole remains soft and deliberate, never cluttered or hurried. Patterns are used with thoughtful consistency, borders and friezes, repeating motifs in gentle rhythms, a row of beads, a band of papyrus stalks, a procession of tiny animals. These sequences create a visual cadence that is restful to follow. Repetition soothes the eye and the mind, establishing a slow expectation that is fulfilled with dependable moderation. The rhythm of patterns mirrors the rhythms of daily life, simple and steady, creating a comfortable continuity across objects and spaces. The making of funerary objects carries a careful, solemn pace that merges craft with ritual. Coffins are shaped and decorated with meticulous devotion, sequences of images and inscriptions arranged with attentive calm. Amulets are formed with shapes that resonate meaningfully, each one a small talisman of protection. The crafts associated with care for those who rest are made with the same patient hands, each gesture thoughtful, each material selected for its reassuring quality. There is a tender discipline to this work, a measured blend of art and care. Molds and patterns help translate complex designs into reproducible forms, supporting a tranquil efficiency. A carved prototype may serve as the template for many similar pieces, its lines copied with mild precision. This repetition is not mechanical impatience, but a soft assurance that certain forms should endure unchanged. Variations arise within the pattern, small personal touches that keep the work alive. The balance between repetition and individuality gives crafts their gentle pace. Familiarity is paired with responsiveness, and the result is a body of work that feels both constant and human. The spaces where objects are displayed or used breathe with similar restraint. Shelves, niches, and pedestals are arranged to hold items in calm repose, allowing their forms to be read slowly. Lighting is considered soft and directional, letting carved surfaces and polished metals reveal themselves in quiet gradations. The display respects objects as companions to daily life and ritual, not as spectacles. This respectful presentation completes the cycle of making, offering each object a place to rest and be recognized, bathed in gentle light. Conservation of objects follows a slow logic of care, where repair is done with humility and respect. Cracks are bridged, missing inlays are replaced with careful attention to continuity, and fragile surfaces are treated with conserving hands. The aim is not to create something new, but to let the original voice continue. This preservation is itself a craft, requiring knowledge of materials and steady technique. Hands that once made these works now tend them, passing on a lineage of custodianship that values endurance and calm fidelity. The act of viewing these works fosters a quiet attention. Observers are invited to move slowly, to notice small details, to trace lines with an unhurried gaze. The objects offer a kind of meditative company, their forms encouraging contemplation rather than distraction. There is a discipline in this slow looking, a willingness to let complexity resolve itself gently in the mind. Each encounter becomes a small practice in calm perception, a way of aligning one's breathing with the measured rhythms of crafted form. In the longer arc of time, workshops and makers form a steady thread through generations. Techniques survive because hands teach hands, because subtle gestures become habits of care. Styles shift slowly, like the changing angle of light across a season. but continuity persists. Small innovations are absorbed into tradition with quiet openness, tested and adopted when they prove resilient. This balance of change and stability creates a sense of cumulative skill, a deep pool of quiet competence that supports future making without anxiety. Tools are kept with mindful order, each with its place and function. Files, rasps, chisels, punches, and awls are sharpened and oiled, their readiness a gentle discipline. A bench becomes familiar ground, a space where bodies find steady posture and movements fall into predictable sequences. The familiarity of place and object reduces friction and invites deeper attention. Craftsmanship is supported by such practical care, where preparation and tidiness create the conditions for thoughtful making. Measurement and proportion are practiced with serene exactness. Calipers, squares, and rulers are used not as instruments of rigidity, but as guides that harmonize parts into a tranquil whole. The grid that shapes a painted figure is a gentle scaffold, not a cage. It helps the artist find balanced relation among elements. Proportion keeps images coherent, ensuring that the eyes rest smoothly on the whole rather than being caught by an imbalance. This measured practice contributes to the overall feeling of calm in the finished work. The finished objects often serve in steady roles, part of rituals, daily life, and memory. Statues stand as quiet witnesses in courtyards or temples. Reliefs mark walls with scenes that play out in slow repetition. Jewelry moves with bodies, small and intimate, carrying images and meanings through ordinary moments. Each object participates in a network of uses that reinforce its purpose and meaning. Because they are woven into daily rhythms, these works are continually seen, lived with, and cared for, their presence as constant and mild as the passing sun. The maker's satisfaction is often private, a quiet recognition that a form has been coaxed into being with respect for both material and meaning. There is no heralding flourish in that recognition, only the soft contentment of work done well. This modest pride is not distraction, but a steady note that supports continued practice. It teaches the next generation that calm persistence yields enduring beauty, and that patience is itself a kind of excellence. Materials age with a dignified slowness, acquiring patina and soft marks that record use and time. Gold may dull to a warmer tone, stone may weather at edges, and wooden surfaces may darken with touch. These changes are not damage, but the gentle accumulation of history. Makers and caretakers accept such transitions as part of an object's life, allowing the signs of time to become part of its quiet story. The patina itself can be beautiful, a soft mapping of hands and seasons, a testimony to enduring presence. In every step of making, there is an interplay of control and surrender. The artist shapes form, but must also yield to the grain of wood, the character of stone, the temper of metal. This alternation between guiding and listening is practiced with calm humility. When a tool meets resistance, the hand adjusts. When a material offers grain, the maker flows with it. This attunement creates works that feel harmonized with their matter, as if they have grown rather than been imposed. And that quality is deeply soothing to behold. The continuity of iconographic language offers both stability and comfort, a visual grammar that can be read with gentle certainty. Symbols and forms repeat, so that viewers may understand at a glance the roles and relations depicted. That predictability is restful, allowing attention to settle and meanings to be received slowly. The craftspeople are custodians of this language, shaping visual speech with patience and care. Their work keeps a culture of images steady, giving it a calm continuity that reassures across generations. In the quiet end of a workday, tools are set down and bench spaces are cleared, the light softening and the room cooling. The day's small adjustments are marked by swept shavings, neat piles of pigment, and a few half-finished pieces resting in gentle readiness. The rhythm of work dissolves into rest with an easy grace. In that settling, the objects and the hands that made them seem to breathe in unison, a slow, even exhalation that carries the day into a restful calm, ready for the next patient morning. The Pharaoh watched the borders with a steady calm, like a slow river that keeps its course through sand and stone. Lines of sentinels stood where the cultivated green gave way to open land, their presence a soft reassurance rather than a sudden alarm. Each watch was measured and regular, a rhythm that matched the breath of the land. The sentinels learned to read light and shadow, to notice small changes in wind and footprint, and to pass that quiet knowledge along. They moved with the patience of tide and season, knowing when to wait and when to go. And in their waiting, they held a kind of careful strength that settled the heart of the realm. Across the wide reaches, small forts rose like markers on a map, not as bold monuments, but as points of gathering where people and supplies met. These places were made for steady tasks, mending nets, sharpening blades, repairing boots, and tending beasts of burden. They held storage rooms for grain and oil, quiet spaces for writing, and low shelters where men and women could rest from long marches. Each fort was a place of order and care, where daily routines kept the larger system moving. In the soft light of morning, the routine of cleaning and checking became a slow ceremony, a careful tending of the instruments that kept travel safe. Supply lines ran like soft threads through the landscape, unseen unless one looked closely. Boats drifted on the water, laden with provisions, moving gently with the current. On land, pack animals followed narrow tracks, carrying jars and sacks that would sustain those who kept the roads open. Logistics was a study in patient repetition, counting, measuring, laying out stores at precise intervals so that journeys could be continued without haste. Those who tended the stores learned to know the weight of a bag by feel, to know the sound of a lock that turned correctly. In this quiet craft, lives were kept calm and travel remained sure. The movement of troops was not a shout, but a melody of small motions, a slow passing of responsibility from one watch to another. Men and women who traveled together did so with careful planning. They took time to fold tents properly, to wrap blankets, to oil harnesses. Marches were paced to preserve strength, with pauses under the shade of acacia and by cool wells. Routes were chosen for steady ground and for the ease of finding water. The measure of a journey was not speed alone, but the ability to arrive with spirits intact and with the provisions needed to continue. Such mindful travel kept the roads gentle and predictable. Overseers kept lists and maps that spoke in careful, even strokes. They noted how many horses were fit for the road, which boats needed repairs, and which paths had become worn. Their records were like quiet prayers, definite and calm, each entry a small promise to the future. These notes guided decisions about when to move and when to rest, where to send aid and where to leave a small cache of grain. The careful record-keeping turned movement into a steady current, preventing sudden shortages and giving those who traveled a sense of security. The written notches and tallies were a soft scaffold for action. Trade routes were held gently in trust, like delicate threads that connected market to market. Traders moved slowly, wrapped in the rhythm of bargaining and weight, their loads arranged with care. Goods passed hands in quiet exchanges: spices, cloth, copper, and pottery. The safe passage of trade depended on familiarity and courtesy, on established pauses at known stations where papers and seals could be checked with calm assurance. Guarded caravans and escort boats provided a quiet promise that goods could travel without fear, and this promise kept the markets humble and steady. The merchants themselves adopted a patient pace, knowing that ease of passage was the foundation of lasting commerce. Border patrols existed as soft lines of attention rather than hard walls. Scouts learned the subtle language of the land: which tracks were old, which footprints fresh, which scents lingered in a late evening breeze. They moved with the patience of the moon, watching the edges, noting changes, then reporting in a clear, measured way. Their observations were passed to those who could act, in a tone that removed haste and replaced it with careful preparedness. This steadiness became a quiet pact between center and periphery, a way of keeping watch that relied on continuity and presence rather than sudden force. The people who served in garrisons were practiced in routines that quieted the mind. Drill was not harsh, but regular, an orderly succession of movements that formed habits. Practice in formation, in signaling, and in maintaining equipment made action easier when needed. The discipline was like the shaping of clay, gentle hands molding a useful form. Training included the tending of animals, the reading of weather, and the repair of simple mechanisms. This comprehensive daily care kept readiness as a natural state, a calm preparedness that rested on gentle repetition rather than on sharp commands. Lines of communication were kept simple and reliable, carried by messengers who knew the roads intimately. These couriers were chosen for steadiness rather than haste, for their ability to keep going with even steps and a steady voice. Messages were encoded in clear phrases and repeated at stops to ensure accuracy. In small relay stations, the same words would be spoken again, like a chorus that confirmed what had been sent. This careful passage of information prevented confusion and built trust. When decisions had to be made, they were based on patient reports, on facts recorded and passed with calm attention to detail. When trouble arose at the edges, responses favored measured movement. Small teams adjusted patrols, moved stores of grain to nearby stations, and set a pattern of presence rather than escalation. The idea was not to show force for its own sake, but to restore a steady sense of safety. Patrols extended their rounds slightly, inviting familiar faces to return to known paths. In this way, maintenance of order was woven into everyday exchanges, making safety a part of daily life. The steady work of re-establishing easy passage took the sharpness out of fear and replaced it with the regular chorus of passage. Local governors worked with the ruler's representatives in a spirit of careful cooperation. They gathered information from village leaders, from traders, and from traveling craftsmen. Meetings were held with a slow cadence. Matters were discussed, risks measured, plans written down. These routines were not hurried. They were deliberate decisions shaped by an understanding of place, of who lived where, and of how resources could be shared. Governance here was less about command and more about tending a balance, a slow art of keeping different needs aligned. When officials moved together in this way, the province itself felt quietly kept. The stations along trade routes became small centers of community where stories were exchanged as easily as goods. Travelers sat and rested, and in the calm of their pause, they passed along news, weather reports, and the state of pathways. These exchanges were simple and kind, and they served a purpose beyond pleasantries. They informed those who kept watch about the condition of the road, the state of nearby wells, and the temperament of men and animals farther on. In this gentle sharing, the route became a living network, tended by many hands in a shared rhythm of movement and care. Boats along the river took on a particular quiet choreography. Skippers and crews synchronized their movements with the flow, easing cargo in and out at gentle intervals. Loading and unloading was done like a slow ritual, with the careful placement of each sack and jar to keep balance and to make later passage easy. Those who watched the river learned to read its moods, to time departures when the current would aid them, and to wait when it might turn against them. This sensitivity to natural rhythm made the passage by water a calm experience, governed by knowledge and by patience, rather than by haste. The watchtowers, placed at bends and junctions, were spaces of long, measured observation. From them, watchers traced the line of the horizon, seeing the slow approach of dust, the faint gleam of a distant sail, and the subtle change in birds' flight. Their reports arrived like soft notes, factual and unhurried, allowing others to prepare in good time. The watch itself was a slow meditation, eyes on the distance, hands steady, voice low when a report was called. This method of sustained attention turned solitude into useful vigilance, and the towers became quiet guardians of passage. Movements of larger groups were organized with a gentle emphasis on comfort and timing. Corps moved with attention to water and shade, with plans for rest and for the maintenance of animals. Food was portioned with care, and cooks prepared meals that could be warmed along the way. The slow planning of routes and daily distances made travel feel like a long, well-ordered day, not a trial. Each small comfort contributed to endurance. In this way, the machinery of movement was not harsh. It was a rhythm of support, designed to keep people steady and calm. The relationship between military presence and local life was crafted with respect and careful thought. Garrisons were not islands. They were part of daily life, trading for bread, lending tools, and assisting in times of need. Such interaction built quiet bonds. Craftspersons mended harnesses, bakers sold their bread, and farmers sometimes found work in loading supplies. These small exchanges softened the presence of arms and made protection feel like a shared arrangement. In the steady give and take, the idea of security became an ordinary practice, woven into the daily texture of towns and villages. Maps were drawn with patient lines, showing not just distances, but places of rest and sources of water. Cartographers worked slowly, marking known wells, safe fords, and gentle slopes. These maps served as reminders of the land's kindness as much as they guided movement. Travelers would consult them like a friend, taking comfort from familiar signs. In the careful making of maps, there was a slow art, a way of honoring what was known and of leaving room for what might be discovered. The maps guided without rushing, shaping journeys into calm processes. The maintenance of roads and paths was a continuous, gentle labor. Workers smoothed ruts, set small markers, and cleared overgrown stretches. Their work was not dramatic, but necessary, and it required patience. Each repaired section made travel easier and less fraught. In the evenings, those who had labored would sit and share simple meals, speaking in low voices about the day's progress. The roads, tended in this way, became places where movement was reliable and where the future felt stable. Small repairs made a steady world. In quieter times, troops engaged in tasks that kept skill alive and spirits calm. They practiced horsemanship in open fields, learned to read stars for direction, and tended the small gardens that grew in shaded courtyards. Such activities filled the long hours with gentle purpose. Craft and repair work, teaching younger members, and maintaining equipment were all done in a slow, caring way. This steady engagement kept the community whole and made readiness an unforced habit, something that belonged to daily life, rather than being a sudden imposition. When caravans arrived, they were greeted with orderly measures that respected both guest and host. Records were checked, goods noted, and any needed assistance offered. There was no rush, only a methodical exchange that ensured fairness and safety. These arrivals were woven into predictable patterns, with times for unloading, for counting, and for resting. The calm handling of these moments preserved trust along the route. Traders left knowing that the path had been treated with care, and those on watch knew the rhythms of arrival and departure by heart. Over time, many small practices combined to form a larger culture of care. Patrols, transports, and trade all followed the same gentle principles: attention to detail, slow repetition, and a respect for the needs of people and animals. These quiet patterns made the movement of goods and people feel like part of a living breath. The order that emerged was neither brittle nor imposing. It was adaptive, responsive, and soft. In this way, the machinery of protection and passage worked like a calm clock, keeping time without forcing it. The supply depots were organized with a thoughtful layout that respected space and function. Shelves held jars labeled in neat script, and bins were arranged for ease of counting. Those who tended stores practiced a patient ritual of inventory, noting how much had been used and how much should be reserved. In counting, they found certainty, and in reserving, they found the capacity to face a future with less worry. The quiet order of these rooms provided a sense of abundance that was measured and sustainable. People found comfort in knowing that what was needed would be there when required. The routine of inspection was gentle and precise. Overseers would walk the lines, listening to the soft sound of armor, feeling the leather straps, and checking the seals of chests. Their inspections were not accusatory, but careful, aimed at preventing problems before they became urgent. These walks instilled a sense of shared responsibility. Each person who prepared correctly felt the ease of doing right, and those who received help learned from the slow example of those who kept better. This culture of gentle improvement nourished confidence and calm competence. Trade agreements and safe passage pacts were upheld through trust built by repeated fairness. When a trader was treated fairly at one station, they expected the same at the next. That expectation was honored by the slow exchange of goods and courteous behavior. In this way, the economy of movement thrived, not by force, but by trust. The continuity of goodwill made journeys smoother, and the knowledge that agreements would be honored eased the hearts of those who traveled far. The quiet scaffolding of trust turned commerce into a slow, reliable current. The sea of sand and stone held watchful faces who knew the language of landmarks. These guides read the sky for shade and direction, finding paths that connected wells and shelter. Their knowledge was passed on slowly, as elder to younger, in the same calm tone of voice used to tell a simple story. This oral map held more than routes. It held the memory of past crossings, the location of hidden springs, and the names of places where rest could be found. The guides were gentle keepers of passage, their stories making movement feel safe and known. There was a soft elegance to the way standards and insignia were displayed. Small flags and painted markers served as signals that all who passed knew how to read. Such signs gave reassurance, marking places where authority had taken steps to ensure safety. They were not signs of domination, but of order. Travelers took comfort in these quiet marks, which said that someone had cared to mark the way and to keep it tended. Symbols thus became small beacons of steadiness along long stretches of land. Relief work after a difficult season was handled with slow care. When a drought or a broken dam affected a stretch, teams were dispatched to repair and to distribute aid. They worked methodically, prioritizing the water and shelter, and recorded each step. The response was not hurried, but focused, designed to restore the ordinary pace of life. People received help in a manner that preserved dignity and autonomy. Such careful relief reinforced the sense that the realm's order was there to nurture, not to overshadow, and that recovery could be gentle and steady. The administration of justice at the provincial level was carried out into measured ways, favoring fair hearing and clear decisions. Officials listened to accounts, compared them with records, and weighted choices according to long-established norms. Punishments were not sudden displays, but steps taken after careful consideration. This process maintained social balance and encouraged reconciliation. Community leaders played roles in mediation, and their involvement turned formal judgment into a slow exercise in restoring relations. The calm approach to lawkeeping made the province feel like a place where problems could be resolved without sharp upheaval. Training in signaling and messengery was an exercise in patience and clarity. Young couriers learned not to rush words, but to carry them accurately, to pause and to repeat if needed, and to trust the relay points. The training emphasized steadiness, clear speech, and the ability to rest when necessary. Over time, these habits produce a reliable network that could carry news and orders across great distances without distortion. The system's strength lay in its predictability and in the calm discipline of those who served within it. Coordination between river and land routes required careful timing and mutual respect. Skippers and caravan leaders learned to plan departures and arrivals, so boats and beasts met with ease. This cooperation was not forced, but arranged through shared schedules and gentle negotiation. When a boat waited a day for a caravan to arrive, it did so with understanding that timing favored safety and comfort. Such mutual adjustment created a rhythm that benefited all, smoothing potential friction and making travel a shared, harmonious endeavor. The maintenance of animal health was a slow science, practiced with patience. Veterinarians and handlers tended wounds, trimmed hooves, and prepared feeds suited to long travel. Animals received rest at prescribed intervals and were given time to recuperate. This attention preserved the steady flow of transport, and it honored the animals' role as companions on long journeys. The calm consideration of their needs mirrored the gentle regard for people's needs, creating a compassion that underpinned movement across the land. Small ceremonies marked the beginning and end of patrols and convoys, turning routine into a rhythm of recognition. A soft-spoken blessing, the checking of seals, and the exchange of a ledger entry created a sense of completion and of renewal. These gestures were not elaborate, but meaningful. They placed ordinary tasks into a pattern that connected duty to shared culture. The rituals gave people a clear sense of role and continuity. In the repetition of these small acts, the community found comfort and cohesion. The quiet intelligence of supply distribution relied on anticipation as much as reaction. Planners watched weather, harvests, and population movements, then adjusted stores and routes gradually. They prepared reserves for likely needs and kept communication open with local leaders. The emphasis was on prevention and adaptation, not on emergency measures alone. This forward-looking care reduced the stress of sudden scarcity and taught people to trust the steady hand of provisioning. The continuity of abundance depended on this measured foresight. Long-standing relationships with neighboring regions eased the task of keeping trade routes open. Diplomatic ties were cultivated through steady exchanges, gifts, and mutual aid. These ties were not flashy, but grown over time through repeated goodwill. Neighbors who had shared grain in hard years or offered shelter in storms became partners in care. The presence of such ties turned borders into places of exchange rather than of strict division. Trust built in this slow way made movement feel natural and secure. Veterans who had served long years offered guidance with a gentle tone, sharing lessons learned from many roads. They spoke of the importance of patience, of careful packing, and of watching the small signs of weather. Their stories were practical and quiet, a transmission of skill that avoided dramatics. Younger members listened and practiced, learning to steady themselves and to value continuity. The presence of experienced hands calmed anxieties and shaped sensible habits. In this steady mentorship, the culture of movement preserved its best practices. The weight of responsibility felt by those who organized movement was carried like a soft garment, worn with humility. Leaders kept decisions small and deliberate, guided by measurements rather than impulse. They consulted records, spoke with those who had local knowledge, and adjusted plans based on many small inputs. This cautious leadership created a slow, reliable pattern of governance. It kept the heart of the realm calm because choices were made with care and with attention to the rhythms of daily life. The result was a sense of stewardship that reassured rather than unsettled. In the quiet of the night, patrols moved like a steady heartbeat. Their steps were soft on sand and stone, their lamps shaded to avoid startling travelers, and their voices low when they passed settlements. Rest periods were respected, and the pause between watches was kept with gentle discipline. Nighttime movement required special attentiveness to comfort and to careful navigation, and those who traveled by night did so with a collective care that preserved sleep and peace for the many who lived beside the routes. The slow accumulation of small improvements turned fragile paths into lasting highways. Each repaired ford, each relayed board on a bridge, each added store of grain improved the reliability of travel for all. People who used the routes began to expect steadiness, and their lives adjusted to that expectation. Children grew up knowing the sound of a distant caravan and thinking of it as a part of the day. In this way, the presence of a managed system became the quiet background of ordinary life, shaping rhythms without startling them. Provisioning for long campaigns was planned with a calm thoroughness that respected limits. Leaders determined realistic daily distances, arranged resupply points, and kept detailed lists of needs. Such planning prevented waste and preserved the well-being of those who traveled. There was an emphasis on sufficiency rather than excess, on moving lightly but surely. This mindful approach prevented haste and encouraged thoughtful movement, making long journeys manageable and humane. The art of negotiation on the roads preserved peace through small, consistent acts. Traders, officials, and guards spoke in measured tones, offering explanations, listening, and finding mutually acceptable solutions. Disputes were handled quietly and with a focus on restoring balance. The ease of movement depended as much on these soft conversations as on physical presence. In this way, the roads became spaces of gentle diplomacy, where the noise of conflict was smoothed by repeated practice and compromise. Keepers of the storehouses treated their charges with careful respect, counting each jar and noting each seal. They understood that numbers were a form of care, a way to ensure that those who traveled would not find want. Their records were clear and patient, shared with those who needed to know, and kept in orderly columns. The peace of many journeys rested on these modest habits. The storehouse keeper's disciplined calm was a quiet foundation supporting far-reaching movement. In all these practices, the essential quality was continuity, the steady presence of patrols, the careful tending of roads and depots, the slow exchange of goods and information created a fabric of life that was resilient without being harsh. Movement was shaped into a reliable pattern by attention and by routine. The world held together because many small acts were done over and over, each one gentle but necessary. In that repetition, a kind of soft power took root, one that protected trade, preserved order, and supported daily life with a patient hand. Soft hands measure the silence of a new chamber, tracing lines not only on stone, but also in thought. Each measured step is a quiet agreement between space and purpose, a slow conversation about shelter and passage. The air is steady, and the light that filters through small openings moves like a gentle breath. Tools rest with patience. Plans unfold like quiet maps, showing routes for air, for memory, and for the small rituals that will pass through seasons of shadow. There is a calm that belongs to doing things carefully, to shaping a resting place with attention and reverence. Carvers linger over a face to be placed in a doorway, their motion deliberate and unhurried. They imagine how light will fall, where a hand might rest when wrapped in linen, where eyes will meet the dark of the chamber. The rhythm of chisel work is like a slow tide, each strike a tiny concession of dust and time. They work with knowledge that each mark will endure in stone, and they act with the patience of people who listen to the steady pulse of seasons rather than the quick beat of hours. Plans for coffins are drawn with soft lines, curves that follow the idea of a body cradled in wood, painted with colors that remember the sun and the river. Craftsmen choose grain that has strength and warmth, and they work together in a low chorus of measured sounds. The joining of wood is a slow promise of protection. Each layer of varnish is applied with hands that move like water, smoothing and sealing, tending the surface until it closes over memory with gentle firmness. Jewelry makers sit under a pale sky, tin tools cradled between steady fingers, selecting tiny pieces of stone and metal to catch a small, steady light. They thought of the ways a tiny amulet could be a memory made tangible, a bright note in a long quiet. Gold is beaten with care, not for sudden shine, but for lasting glow. The small shapes they fashion are like whispered blessings, quiet shapes that will be folded into linen, carried into corners, and placed with the soft certainty of things meant to endure. Weavers work in hushed rooms, threading colors like slow breaths, forming cloth that will both protect and speak. The patterns are simple and repeating, a meditation in thread that echoes ancient rhythms. Each pass of the shuttle is a small, slow decision, a repetition that speaks of continuity. The linen wraps are not merely coverings, but layered gestures of care. They fold with a quiet logic, moving from one hand to another with the softness of a lullaby, until the body is enveloped in a fabric that is part blanket and part memory. Amulets are arranged with thought to placement, small weights in the palms, tiny figures placed along a chest, a bead beside the heart. Each object is chosen with attention to where it will rest and who it will keep company. There is a belief that these small companions will matter in quiet ways. The selection is peaceful, almost private, as if choosing which of many gentle songs will be hummed at night. The choices are made slowly, with the calm deliberation of someone arranging a small private offering. Offerings are prepared in stages, each item folded and wrapped, each portion measured and set aside. Bread is made with the patience of rising, then portioned into small loaves that hold plain sustenance and ritual meaning. Jars of oil and wine are sealed with a soft hand. Fragrant resins are gathered, chosen by scent, then placed as if arranging a still life meant for a long, quiet viewing. Everything is done with respect for the slow passage of time and for the idea that care extends beyond the immediate moment. A small group tends to the models of daily life that will accompany a resting place, tiny boats, little tables, shaped jars, each created with attention to detail and to gesture. They are not busy toys, but symbolic companions that carry the quiet authority of tools and utensils. The models are smooth and deliberate, designed to stand the long watch in dim spaces. The makers shape them with steady hands, knowing that small forms can hold large meaning in their stillness. Scribes set ink to soft papyrus with movements as steady as a heartbeat, recording names, lists, and simple maps that will guide the living who tend the resting place. Their writing is careful, a soft repetition of lines and marks that are meant to last. The brush pauses between strokes, allowing thought to meet motion. These records are not hurried. They contain measured instructions, names to be remembered, and gentle notes that help the living offer what is needed in the days and years to come. Workshops communicate in quiet ways, couriers carrying small parcels between stones and rooms, moving carefully so that fragile things reach their places intact. The passage of objects is unassuming, a small procession that honors purpose without fanfare. Each handoff is a practiced exchange, like a series of nods between neighbors. People move as if in a slow dance, mindful of balance and weight, allowing a soft order to form naturally as things are gathered into place. Overseers walk with a slow gait, not to hurry, but to ensure that each task finds its patient completion. They listen more than they speak, attuned to the small sounds that tell if a process is proceeding well. Their presence is a calm authority, a steadying influence that encourages care. They hold plans gently, like maps, folded and refolded, guiding but never forcing, trusting in the steady rhythm of many hands at work. The sense of time in these halls is different, shaped by the length of shadows and the slow movement of insects at night. Days blend into each other in a soft continuity, and workers come and go with a steady, untroubled pace. There is no hurry here, only a persistent tending. Meals are taken at unremarkable times, breaths are measured, and tasks proceed like a river, finding its route. The landscape of labor is calm, not frantic, and that steadiness becomes part of the artifact itself. Stone cutters mark out blocks with patient marks that will guide larger motions, each notch a quiet promise. They imagine the peace within the mass, coaxing forms into being with gradual, repeated gestures. Dust settles like a soft snowfall, and the slow accumulation of tiny particles is a sign of progress. Their work is mindful of the permanence it creates, and so they act with an unhurried care, shaping both object and the quiet atmosphere that surrounds it. Specialized artisans oversee the painting of surfaces with pigments mixed from earth and sky. They test colors with small strokes and adjust until tones feel right in the dim light of a chamber. The application of paint is a ritual of soft repetition, layers laid down with even patience. Each hue is chosen to resist fading, chosen for a quiet endurance. The images they create are steady and composed, not meant to shout, but to hold meanings gently across long years. The problem of ventilation is addressed with careful thought, arranging small shafts and airways that will allow the air to move without disturbing the peace of the place. Those who plan pathways for breath think in terms of slow, cool currents, subtle changes that will keep the interior calm. The channels are designed with a quiet logic, small openings that allow for steady exchange, like a window left slightly ajar to invite a gentle breeze. Luminaries, small bowls and stands, are chosen and placed to hold flame in ways that protect and preserve. Light is not bright, but measured, creating pools where details can be seen without overwhelming darkness. Flames are tended with calm attention, and the choice of fuel is made for its lasting, even burn. The placement of light is a soft choreography made to honor the space without disturbing the stillness that is part of its being. The laying of paths within a complex is done so that movement may be slow and untroubled, with gradual turns and even surfaces. Paths are planned for the careful bearing of goods, for the soft passing of rituals, and for the low voices of attendants. The stones are set with a steady hand, creating a quiet continuity from one chamber to another. Walking such paths becomes a meditative act, a measured procession that aligns body and thought. Work is organized into cycles that echo natural rhythms, acknowledging quieter seasons and busier stretches without allowing stress to accumulate. Teams are assigned tasks with a sense of balance so that no single group carries an undue burden. Rest is integrated, recognized as part of completing work well. There is a humane steadiness in how labor is arranged, a respect for the slow limits of strength and the need for replenishment. Skilled painters consider iconography with a calm devotion to meaning, choosing poses and gestures that speak of continuity rather than spectacle. The figures they depict are composed and balanced, their forms meant to reassure and to remain legible in soft light. Each choice is made with a thoughtful restraint, honoring tradition and the quiet language of symbols that carry a long memory. The images are not meant to startle, but to remain present and comforting. Furniture makers craft small tables and supports with a deliberate simplicity that emphasizes usefulness and endurance. The joints fit with a quiet precision, relying more on skill than on ornate flourishes. Surfaces are smoothed and treated to resist the passage of time with subtle dignity. Each piece is made to sit quietly in place, to hold offerings, to support a bowl or a lamp, and to do so with an unobtrusive, steady grace. Carpenters and metalworkers coordinate to ensure that doors and fittings operate without force, opening and closing with the ease of well-worn gestures. Hinges are oiled, thresholds leveled, and locks designed not for spectacle, but for durable function. The sense of entrance and exit is treated with reverence, as if each movement through a doorway is a small, mindful action that deserves ease and respect. The slow attention to such details creates an atmosphere of calm order. Scent plays a gentle role in the arrangement of place, with powders, oils, and resins selected to produce a subtle continuity of fragrance. The aroma chosen is not overpowering, but a steady presence that soothes and marks the space as special. The blending of scents is done carefully, with small amounts tested for their lingering qualities. Fragrance becomes part of the memory of the place, a soft thread weaving through quiet moments. The selection of stones for a burial chamber is deliberate, each piece considered for texture, color, and the way it will reflect the faint light. The stones are chosen not for ostentation, but for the solid calm they bring. They are placed with a patience that honors both their heft and the long future they will witness. Aligning them is not a hurried task, but a careful, slow work that shapes a sheltering geometry. A quiet hierarchy emerges naturally, one that values skill and steadiness over haste. Younger hands learn by watching older ones move with measured care, absorbing small habits of attention that become traditions. Instruction is gentle and repetitive, more like a lullaby of craft than a harsh discipline. This transfer of knowledge is itself a ritual, a slow shaping of future minds in the image of patient making. Ceremonial objects are packed with care, wrapped in cloth, and stored in quiet chambers until needed. Each item is handled with reverence, placed as one would arrange a cherished book or a small treasure. The act of wrapping is itself a quiet meditation, fingers folding and smoothing with intent. The objects rest together, companionably, awaiting their slow use in rituals that will come and go with the seasons. Records of manufacture and gift lists are kept as gentle reminders rather than strict inventories, lists that speak in calm lines about what was made and for whom. The writing is straightforward, a soft narration of acts completed and items prepared. There is a unifying clarity to such records, a way to hold memory in tidy lines without making noise. They serve as quiet anchors for the living who will return to tend and maintain. Offerings of food are arranged with care for balance, and for the slow honor they represent. Portions are placed mindfully, as if setting a small table for presence rather than consumption. The arrangement is meant to be steady and unhurried, a calm gesture toward continuity. Such offerings are not hurried gifts, but quiet acts of maintenance, sustaining a name and presence through simple, repeated attention. The preparation of texts that accompany the burial is done with a steady hand, words chosen for clarity and for the comfort they might provide. The phrasing is measured, avoiding extravagance and favoring statements that will stand the test of long silence. Letter forms are practiced until they flow with an even rhythm, a visible meditation that mirrors the steady breathing of the people who write them. Polishing of metals and stones is performed with long strokes, smoothing surfaces until they glow softly instead of glaring. Polishing is a repetitive act that becomes almost contemplative, each pass of cloth erasing a tiny imperfection and bringing a shine that reads as calm light. The final appearance is restrained, a gentle luminosity that does not demand, but rather invites close, quiet attention. Small teams are designated to maintain the tomb in future seasons, trained to perform the soft tasks of cleaning, offering, and repair. These teams are chosen for steadiness and for the care they take in small acts. Their instruction is patient and repeated, and they learn to move with the unassuming grace of someone who knows that keeping is a slow practice. They are taught to respect the cycles of maintenance as part of a continuous relationship. Molds for amulets and small figures are made with care so that each cast will have a consistent, gentle form. The making of molds is a precise business, requiring patience and an eye for detail. The poured metals and clays cool and quiet, releasing small artifacts that will be blessed with the calm assurance of repetition. The repetition itself becomes a form of prayer, an act that binding hands and minds into a shared rhythm. Inspections are regular and unhurried, done to ensure that humidity, small shifts in structure, or other slow changes are noticed early and tended before any harm accumulates. Those who inspect move methodically, cataloging observations with a steady calm. Their reports are succinct but kind, offering small adjustments and appreciation for ongoing care. This steady vigilance is the guard against neglect, expressed without drama. The relationship between materials and makers is tender, as if each person were in dialogue with the wood, stone, or metal. There is a humility in this way of working, a recognition that materials dictate certain limits and gifts. Craftsmen attend to what they are given, shaping it slowly to enhance its inherent qualities. This humility fosters a quiet creativity, an appreciation for the slow collaboration between human intention and material response. Amulets and jewelry are blessed in small ceremonies that are simple and composed. The ritual is not loud, but oriented toward continuity, a soft blessing spoken in measured tones. The name of the one being honored is repeated with a gentle cadence, and objects are set into place with care. The blessing acts as a seal of intention, a spoken promise that echoes within the quiet spaces built for rest. Coordinating the arrival of goods to the site is a patient, logistical art. Caravans and small barges are scheduled with attention to seasonal rhythms, avoiding the rush and honoring the slow flow of the river and trade. The planners allow space for unexpected delays, preferring a margin of calm over a brittle schedule. Goods are unloaded gently and stored with thought for long-term preservation, not merely immediate use. The application of protective coatings to wood and fibers is chosen to prevent wear, but is applied with an eye for subtlety rather than shine. Oils and resins are used sparingly in even considered strokes. The aim is to preserve qualities, to maintain the quiet dignity of form. Such treatments are acts of prolonged care, small investments in the future comfort of an object and in the persistence of its meaning. In quieter moments, makers sit and exchange small stories about the pieces they have created, tales that move slowly like the current. These stories are not grand narratives, but gentle observations about craft and memory. The sharing of such stories is itself a way of binding the community, a soft transmission of values and technique that helps each person situate their small labor within a larger fold of care. When the final goods are placed within a chamber, each movement is deliberate and measured, like a ritualized choreography. Objects are nested carefully, not crowded, and space is respected so that each item has room to breathe. The arrangement is thoughtful and considered, forming a quiet composition that will speak in a language of long duration. The placement is done without haste, allowing the weight and balance of each thing to find its proper place. Training for future caretakers includes instruction in the weathering of materials and in the slow techniques of repair. They learn to see changes in tone, to detect slight warps, and to make small interventions that prevent greater wear. Their work is steady and preventive, oriented toward a long future. This training is subtle, passing practical skills alongside a respectful mindset about ongoing vigilance. Amid all the careful preparation, there's a steady acceptance of limits, an understanding that nothing can be made absolutely immune to time. This acceptance does not breed resignation, but rather encourages a thoughtful way of making that prioritizes repair, continuity, and the small practices that sustain. The work is made with a kind of practical humility, acknowledging the passage of years and tending to them with calm resources. The arrangement of texts and images within a chamber follows a gentle narrative logic, with scenes and words placed so that the eye and the mind may move slowly and rest. The sequence is measured, allowing for quiet reflection rather than hurried reading. Each element supports the next, creating a composed environment that encourages calm thought. The narrative is deliberate, not abrupt, and it unfolds like a slow river of images and ideas. Hands that wrap the final linens do so with slow respect, folding and smoothing with care until the fabric feels like a soft, enclosing thought. The act of wrapping is performed with the steadiness of someone who knows the value of small gestures repeated over time. Each layer is a protective sentence, a slow statement of care. The final touch is simple, a smoothing of cloth that brings closure to a long process without fanfare. Small gardens planted near a resting place are tended with patient care, chosen for plants that will offer steady shade, subtle scent, and a soft visual calm. The plantings are not extravagant, but composed to provide a gentle continuity through seasons. Caretakers water and prune with an unhurried rhythm, creating a living border that supports the stillness within. The presence of green growth is itself a quiet assurance of life, continuing alongside remembrance. Those who bring the supplies and foods back to the place in future seasons do so with the same steady gestures they have always known. There is a continuity in movement, a repetition of paths and rituals that becomes itself a memory. The act of bringing offerings is not a dramatic event, but a gentle routine, a slow tending that keeps a name in quiet circulation. Each visit reinforces a shared responsibility in a calm, dependable way. The final sealing of a chamber is performed with a composed sense of completion rather than spectacle. Stones are set, openings closed with a sober care that respects both the place and what it contains. The act is seen as one step among many, a measured turning of a page rather than a dramatic finale. After sealing, there is a quiet acceptance that caretaking will continue in other forms, small acts performed by hands practiced in patience. Workshops settle into a steady cadence after the major tasks, returning to the smaller, ongoing acts of creation and repair. There is comfort in the routine of maintenance, a satisfaction in tending what has been made. Craftsmen return to familiar tools and motions, finding peace in repetition and pride in the subtle improvements that time allows. The normal rhythms of making and caring continue, each day a small renewal of purpose. In all these actions, a quiet philosophy holds that things made with care are invitations to remember, and that memory itself is maintained by steady, modest acts. The objects and spaces are not monuments of grandiosity, but quiet vessels for continuity. The value placed on attention, on slow mastery, and on gentle maintenance becomes a form of enduring respect translated into material form. And amid the long work, people keep a gentle sense of humility, recognizing that their labors are threads in a larger fabric. Each stitch, each stroke of paint, each smoothed stone contributes to a continuum beyond immediate presence. The practice of making and maintaining becomes a soft ritual of participation in time, a way to offer small, steady support to the persistence of a name and a place. Hands return to tools, tools rest, and the cycle of gentle work continues. Each day folds into the next with calm regularity, and the things created are given space to fulfill their quiet roles. There is an unassuming dignity in this continuity, a steady commitment to care that meets the slow march of years with measured, patient action. The tasks are simple in description, but profound in their collective effect, forming a steady, compassionate architecture of remembrance. Soft hands trace the carved name upon warm stone, feeling the grooves that time has softened. The letters settle like quiet footprints, each one a promise to remain. A single lamp burns near the entrance, its light steady and small, and the shadow of the name stretches across the cool floor. Those who come to tend this place move slowly, with a rhythm that follows breath and hour. They lay out fresh cloth upon the offering table, smoothing folds as if smoothing the edges of memory. The act is gentle, uninterrupted, a careful repetition that keeps the presence steady as a tide. In that steady keeping, there is no hurry, only the deliberate, patient motion of hands and eyes, the kind that honors an ongoing life beyond the visible. Bread is arranged with quiet care, loaves set in neat rows like small, soft stones. Bowls are filled with beer, dark and fragrant, and the vapors mingle with the resin of sweet smoke. Fruit is placed with an attentive hand: olives, dates, and figs in small clusters, each fruit chosen for its roundness and ease. These offerings are not for the body alone, but for a shape of being that continues to need warmth. Priests move through the chamber with measured steps, their garments whispering against cool walls. They speak few words, and those they speak are practiced turns of sound, phrases that fold inward like breath. Each recitation is a small thread, woven through the name and into the air, forming a subtle connection that does not demand noise, but simply insists on its quiet work. Oil lamps are tended as if tending small suns. The wicks are trimmed, the oil watched to keep a constant halo. Light is trimmed and fed gently, never allowed to flare or gutter. It holds the space between living and remembered, a soft barrier that keeps the immediate darkness at bay. The keepers move with routines that follow seasons and dates carved in a distant memory, consulting lists written in steady hand on papyrus and linen tags. The lists are smooth, written with an intimate, practiced script, and they tell of the goods to be given, the names of those appointed to serve, the days to observe. The lists themselves are offerings, careful instructions that carry intention into each repeated act. Feeding a presence is made of many small tasks. A cup of water is refreshed, swept clean from a dust that gathers like soft, pale ash. Linen is washed and replaced, garments smoothed until creases fall away. A garland is laid, its flowers chosen for their simple petals. Humble gifts that will not draw attention to themselves. The scent is mild, a whisper against the deeper smell of stone and smoke. Each small action folds into the larger shape of care, like tiny waves building a steady current. Those who labor move with a soft attention, speaking rarely and always low, as if to preserve the hush that lets memory keep its shape without interruption. Certain days are given more light, marked by a careful lifting of the hands. On those mornings, the incense is heavier, and the words are long and patient, passing slowly from the mouths of the reciters. The offering table may be abundant, filled with symbolic things and simple luxuries alike, each item placed with an unhurried reverence. People come from distant quarters, with fresh grain, with jars of oil, with fruits wrapped in cloth. They arrive in a steady stream, each one knowing the small job they hold, each one repeating the same measured step they have practiced. The day becomes a circle of small movements, and in that circle, the name is turned over and examined like a coin held to the light, its edges checked and its shine restored. Music is soft and measured, not meant to stir, but to soothe, a low hum of string and reed that settles into the bones. A voice may chant a familiar passage, voices so practiced that they forget themselves and move with the music of repetition. Instruments are played gently, the reed's tone thin and long, the string's voice like a steady line. The sound moves through the opulent quiet, through painted halls and carved niches, touching statues and offerings alike. Sound here is not a call. It is a gentle assurance, a way to remind the unseen that attention continues. The musicians are careful, keeping their hands soft, their breath even, threading melody into the long, patient day. Schedules exist like soft maps, not rigid commands, but gentle guides. Names are called in low tone, according to lists kept by those who remember accounts. Each person knows the sequence of tasks, who brings bread, who carries water, who lights lamps at dusk, and who checks the seals of the inner doors. There is a comfort in the known path, in the way each motion flows into the next, without surprise. The continuity of labor is its own kind of devotion, a slow river of tasks that never rushes, that moves always toward the same gentle horizon. The work is steady, and that steadiness becomes a kind of quiet fidelity. The central image often stands within the inner chamber, a statue or stele that holds the carved name and a likeness that is both image and invitation. It is tended as one would tend to a living presence. Oils are anointed upon its surface, softening the stone and brightening the cuts. Linen is draped in plain folds, and garlands are placed like the slow bowing of a head. The statue's eyes, though hewn of stone, seem to catch the light and hold it, offering a place for attention to rest. Those who care for the figure do so with the tenderness of people who know that even the unchanging can be held with ever-renewing care. Each gesture affirms a continuing presence. Without demanding any dramatic gesture, records are kept with a steady hand. Small columns of figures and brief notes are written and rechecked. The accumulation of goods and days made clear in tidy script. These papers are more than administrative tools. They are physical traces of an unfolding fidelity. When an offering is placed, a note is made. When a torch is replaced, the act is recorded. Names of those assigned to tend are written beside dates, and so a chain of attention is made visible. The act of writing itself is slow and deliberate. The reed's nib pressed gently, the ink flowing in small rivers that form neat, sure marks. The scribes who keep these things move in a quiet zone, their eyes soft, their hands precise. Workshops supply simple items with the peaceful rhythm of practiced craft. Small amulets are made with steady fingers, beads strung into lays, and small cups shaped and fired until they are smooth and whole. Craftsmen take time over each object, repeating techniques learned and perfected over many years. The result is a collection of offerings that are both ordinary and carefully made, objects that carry ordinary usefulness and sacred intent. These items are not hurried. They are made in the long cadence of thought and practice, each piece a small manifestation of the broader devotion. Names are spoken like a slow litany. Priests and attendants call them without flourish, articulating each sound as if it were a careful stitch in a woven cloth. Speaking a name tends to it, gives it air and emotion and presence. The repetition is not monotonous, but like the steady movement of tides, and the voice that says the name returns it each time to the world of the living. When a name is spoken, faces incline slightly, and hands move in practiced gestures. The act is gentle and assured, an unbroken loop of attention that extends a reach across time. Memory is held not by grand proclamation, but by the habitual pronouncing of a sound that keeps its holder alive. Offerings sometimes include small scenes of daily life, fashioned in clay or carved into wood and stone. These tiny emblems are presented with an understanding that the continued performance of routine comforts matters. A little model of a house, a tiny boat, a small jar of grain. Each represents a part of existence that was ongoing and should remain so for the one remembered. The objects are placed with care, often in rows, and they are presented with soft hands and steady breaths. They stand as tokens of continuity, as if the simple acts of home were to be acknowledged and sustained. The gesture is quiet, a way of honoring the ordinary so that it endures. Certain keepers hold responsibility for the seals and doors, checking and locking with a mindful calm. Doors are swept and thresholds cleared, the entryways treated with the same careful attention given to the offerings within. Seals are made and remade, wax warmed and imprinted with a steady hand. The act of sealing is thoughtful and controlled, a small, definite measure that marks a boundary without harshness. Those charged with this task move slowly, never hurried, respecting the space as if it were a living place that must be approached with clear purpose. There is a quiet dignity in guarding, in being the one who keeps the place safe and intact. Feasts in honor of the remembered are mild and unostentatious. They gather people in a quiet circle to share bread and fruit, to give thanks in a tone that is more contemplative than celebratory. Children sometimes sit near the edges, learning the rhythm of small tribute, learning how to place a piece of bread upon a table and then step back. The teaching is gentle, and the lessons are learned through watching and repeating. Meals are shared slowly, and silence often accompanies the passing of hands. In that silence, there is permission to feel the weight of time lightly, to practice the soft work of remembrance in a way that becomes part of living. The calendar of care is repeated with a soft predictability. Some days are small and private, others broader and more communal, but all are connected by the same intention. Each marker of time is observed with the kind of steadiness that soothes rather than excites. The repetition is not empty. It is a slow weaving that creates a net of continuous attention. Those who take part know the map of days by heart. They carry it like a quiet talisman, responding without fuss to the quiet summons of each date. The cycle moves like a gentle clock, each tick a small act of care. Hands that carve and paint return again to refresh faded surfaces. Color is renewed on faded reliefs, fine brushes restoring a soft line here, a gentle wash there. Gilding is touched where a mirror of metal needs brightening, and pigments are mixed with calm care to match what remains. The touch is restorative, rather than changing, meant to preserve the intention of the original image. There is patience in this work, an understanding that time wears as much as it reveals. Each renewal is a conversation between past and present, a slow agreement to keep the shape of things recognizable and available for further attention. Those who read aloud hold particular care for the text. They learn the phrasing that suits the hush of the chamber, the cadence that floats on the air without clatter. Their reading is not meant to display, but to sustain. Phrases are drawn out like gentle chords, allowing the sense of the words to sink in like cool water. Pages are turned with light fingers, papyrus held respectfully, inked words held as if they were soft stones. The readers know when to slow down, when to pause, like a tide that has reached its softest edge. The text is a steady pulse, a series of breaths that keep the remembered presence in gentle motion. Custodians, who tend to the gardens outside the tomb, move with a patient rhythm, pruning and watering with the same calm attention used within. Plants are chosen for their simple grace and ease of care, and they are arranged in quiet symmetry. Water runs in small channels, a soft, repetitive sound that fills the space between visits. The gardens serve as a living border, a place where seasons are gentler and where the cycle of growth itself becomes a kind of offering. Gardeners speak little, working with hands that know where each plant needs touch. The result is a hush of green, that echoes the steadiness of the appointed tasks inside. When the weather brings its changes, the keepers adapt with slow competence. A sudden storm is met with steady action, jars moved from exposed places, offerings sheltered, fires tended. Even in the face of wind and rain, the tone remains calm, practical, and untroubled. Adaptation is not dramatic. It is a measured rearrangement, a way of ensuring that the small architecture of remembrance stands firm. The people who care respond with a quiet choreography that retains the dignity of the place and comforts the continuing presence with assurance. Some who serve do so in cycles of labor that pass from one generation to the next. A child watches a parent and learns to fold linen the same way, to lay bread with the same measured motion. The transmission of skill is gentle and almost wordless, a hand guiding another hand until the movement becomes second nature. The continuity of service is itself a balm. It assures that the care will not stop with a single person. Lineages of care form like soft, overlapping circles, each one expanding the reach of attention outward into the future. The idea of continuity is made real by these small inheritances of routine. Every object kept in the place is named in a list somewhere, and the lists themselves are treated with respectful order. A bowl is not merely a bowl, but a noted item on a scroll, described, counted, and assigned a place. These records give the simple things a slow dignity, acknowledging that the material world supports the unseen life. Ink fades and is renewed. Papyrus is repaired with careful hands. The lists anchor the practice of tending in a way that is calm and deliberate, ensuring that actions are not left to chance, but are part of a steady plan. The written trace is as gentle as any spoken prayer. Quiet teaching occurs in the margins of the work. Younger attendants learn the subtleties of tone and gesture by watching the older ones move. They learn to offer with ease, to speak names without strain, to handle objects without hurry. Instruction is minimal and always patient, given in soft words and small demonstrations. There is no rush to mastery. The aim is slow familiarity. In time, the novices become part of the fabric of care, and their hands follow the lines of practice as naturally as the flow of a river. The learning itself is a part of the offering, a way of ensuring that attention will continue. Even the smallest lamp has a place and a guardian. Someone is assigned to check it at dusk, to make sure it does not yaw and dim, and to trim its wick with a careful cut. The act of trimming is done with a pleasing slowness, each small shaving falling away like a tiny letting go. In tending these small lights, the keepers practice a calm discipline. The light they maintain is not for spectacle, but for necessity and solace. In that glow, the carved name rests, and in that rest, the possibility of continuity is kept alive. The lamp's tiny career is a quiet metaphor for the steady work of remembrance. A soft economy of giving exists, where nothing is squandered and everything is used with respect. Offerings are made in measured quantities, neither meager nor wasteful. Food is shared and eaten with mindful gratitude. The reverence that guides the place insists on balance and thoughtfulness. Those who bring offerings understand the modesty of the act. They seek to sustain rather than overwhelm. The restraint itself becomes a form of honor, a way of saying that continuity is best preserved in steady increments and small repeated care. Familiar scents mark seasons and moments. The tang of baked bread in the cool hours, the sweet smoke of incense on mornings of particular observance, the faint mineral quiet of stone warmed by light. These scents weave into memory like soft threads, and those who move through the place recognize them as signals of attention. Each aroma carries a story, not a loud tale, but a slow, intimate detail that deepens the sense of continuity. The keepers learn to read these smells as if reading a map, and they adjust their care accordingly, responding to what the air itself seems to ask. Hands sometimes stop to rest, leaning against cool stone or seated on a low bench, eyes closed for a brief breath. The rest is not idle, but part of the rhythm, a place where attention gathers itself so that it may continue. Those pauses are small rituals in themselves, a way to sustain the patient stamina that this work requires. In the hush of these moments, the small world of the tomb and its care feels whole, connected by a network of purposeful gestures. Rest becomes part of the pattern, necessary and gentle. Visitors who come to see the place are welcomed with calm courtesy. They are led by soft-voiced attendants who know how to keep the visit unobtrusive and reverent. A stranger's presence is folded into the existing rhythms with care, taught the small steps, and offered a place to stand if they wish. Instruction is simple and kind. Where to look, when to step, how to place an offering without disturbing the ongoing work. The aim is always to preserve the hush, to let the continuity persist without interruption, to allow memory and attention to remain uninterrupted by bright intrusions. Names are carved again when needed, touched up with a tender hand to keep the lines clear. Carving is done without haste, the chisel placed with respect and the strike measured. Where erosion has softened a corner, a careful redefinition is made, not to change the essence, but to preserve legibility. The act of recarving is like rephrasing a familiar saying to make sure the meaning remains. It takes time and patience, and it is performed as a deliberate craft. The stone's edges are kept honest and true by hands that understand the long task of maintaining remembrance. There is an acceptance of slow change, an understanding that nothing can be frozen forever. Rather than resisting every alteration, the keepers practice a temperate response, repairing and renewing in ways that respect what has been. They allow gentle shifts while ensuring that the core remains intact. This wisdom of measured adaptation helps the place endure. It is a philosophy of care that values continuity over perfection, presence over unchanging form. In that balance lies a quiet contentment, a recognition that tending is ongoing and that patience is its primary tool. Soft wind through small openings moves the scent of incense and the faint sound of distant waters into the inner rooms. That delicate motion is welcomed, as if the world outside breathes through the space and reminds those within of larger cycles. The keepers do not shut the place from the world. They invite the slow participation of air and light, letting them be partners in the ongoing vigil. The gentle exchange with the outside keeps the inner life from growing stagnant, and so the work remains alive to the rhythms beyond these walls. Those who record and those who serve share a mutual recognition. Their daily acts are small, but together they create a long, unbroken thread. Each loaf baked, each lamp trimmed, each name spoken, each list made, becomes a bead on a string of steady devotion. The beads are not flashy, but they are many, and their accumulation makes a chain that endures. The people who care know this. They move through their duties with a kind of quiet joy in the repetition. in the sense that their small hands are part of something larger than a single day. In that quiet joy, they find a steadying purpose. A low murmur often fills the margins of the work, as stories are shared in soft voices. These are not grand tales, but gentle recollections, small memories of a gesture performed well, a day when the light was especially clear, the taste of fresh bread on a particular morning. These recollections are shared like small offerings, moments of warmth added to the fabric of daily labor. The stories teach, reassure, and bind the workers together. They carry the tone of continuity through human memories, adding a living layer to the more formal rituals. In this way, the place remains not only a collection of objects and tasks, but a living community of care. At each turn, the labor is gentle and respectful, a measured devotion that continues without fanfare. Hands work, lists are kept, lights are tended, names are spoken, and in the slow accumulation of these acts, the remembered presence is softly maintained. The rhythm is patient, the cadence steady, and the mood remains calm and even, like a slow, unending breath that carries the small labor of attention forward, moment by quiet moment, day by gentle day. Stone keeps a quiet memory. Names, carved with patient hands, rest across flat surfaces like gentle tides. Each letter is a small decision, a measured removal of matter, a soft insistence that a voice once held should not simply vanish. The chisel moves slowly, guided by an eye that knows the weight of time. Even as wind and sand lay down their thin, polishing breath, the cut line remains. In that staying there is a calm assurance, as if the world itself agreed to hold a quiet place for a name and a title and a small recorded act. Lines on walls gather light in a steady way. Early in the day, sunlight travels across the reliefs and slips into the shallow grooves, making the letters readable in a soft, plain way. Shadows fill the incised forms and hold them not for spectacle, but for clarity. The play of light is gentle and reliable, a slow pulse that makes stone language visible over and over. An observer who stays quiet and still can watch those letters wake with each passing hour, as light moves and restates each carved idea in a calm, unhurried sequence. Lists of names have their own slow rhythm. A list may begin with a single line, then the next, and the next, each one a measured breath. Scribes arranged these names with careful spacing and a steady cadence. The order itself is a kind of quiet music, a repetition that makes presence out of sequence. When looked at in the hush of a dim chamber, the lists feel like a steady river. One name follows another in a slow procession, each one known, each one kept, each one permitted to exist on the surface of the world in ink, in paint, in carved line. Painted surfaces, once bright, become a subtle language of fading. Pigments that long ago glowed now soften into mild hues. The fading is not loss so much as transformation, a gentle unfastening of intensity into tone. Where color thinned, the carved line remained to support the image, a structure beneath the softness. In some places, traces of vivid blue or red still breathe quietly, catching light in small, patient ways. The combination of pigment and cut was a manner of making memory both visible and durable, a balanced care for the present glance and for the long calm of years. Inscriptions are made of names and of acts. A pharaoh's title is reiterated as a steady phrase, a necessary accompaniment to any mention. The repetition is not vanity, it is a ritual insistence, a steadying of identity across time. When a title is placed beside a scene of an offering, beside a line that speaks of harvest or building, it becomes part of an ongoing exchange between the living and the lasting. The letters, the scene, and the order of words form a small economy of remembrance, all of it arranged with the same attentive calm as arranging stones along the bank of a slow river. Temple walls collect additions, like soft sediment. Over time, different hands added new lines, new scenes, gentle adjustments that layered memory upon memory. An earlier carving might be complemented by a later caption, a new name set beside an old image. The surface thus becomes palimpsest-like, a calm record of small continuities and modest corrections. One can pass a finger along these layered traces and feel the history of decisions, a sequence of careful additions that do not shout, but simply persist, each one finding its place on the broad, patient face of the stone. King lists are an ordered breath of time. They gather names into a sequence that frames the passage of years. The lists are rarely loud. They proceed in a steady manner, each name placed in quiet succession, as though each reign were a small chapter of a much longer story. Occasionally, a name is emphasized, carved with slightly greater force, but mostly the tone is consistent, a slow ledger that ties one reign to the next. In walking along such a list, the mind can move calmly from one name to another, almost like following small lights arranged along a path. The act of carving itself is a ceremony of steadiness. The artisan sets the tool, lifts, presses, and releases again and again in a repeating motion that is at once physical and meditative. The rhythm of the hand matches the rhythm of breath. Work is deliberate, ordered, and unhurried. Each removed sliver of stone is a minor surrender of the surface, a small sacrifice to the larger practice of making a message. The sound of metal on stone is low and regular, a companionable murmur that accompanies long hours and long days. Scribes who recorded the king's deeds performed a similar patient labor. Their reeds moved across papyrus, across plaster, across ostraca, forming lists and tallies with steady lines. Numbers and names were set down with even spacing, columns arranged in balanced calm. In those writing sessions, there was little haste, for the purpose was to make a record that could be relied upon by those who followed. The script itself suggested order and care, a visual assurance that the record would serve its quiet purpose in the longer future. A carved relief is a conversation between surface and depth. The visible planes and the recessed lines define each other. Where figures lean forward, the background steps a little back. Where a hand is raised, the eye follows the raised line and rests. This dialogue is not abrupt. It moves in measured gestures, in balanced forms that lead the eye in a slow, purposeful route. The imagery invites a calm attention, the kind that does not seek to be impressed, but prefers to understand and to remember. The carvings keep their own steady logic of composition, a kind of visual grammar that is easy to follow when one allows the gaze to slow. Names are small vessels. They carry associations, ritual weight, expectations, and the quiet hope of being remembered. To read a carved name is to open one of those vessels and let the associations rise in a slow, unobtrusive way. The same name, repeated across different places, becomes an echo with soft reverberations. The echo is neither loud nor urgent. It simply asserts continuity. These are not explosive declarations, but calm affirmations of presence. In the hush of the monuments, these affirmations settle like dust and stay, unnoticed by many, held by the structure itself. The preservation of text is an act of trust in material. Stone was chosen for permanence, not to boast, but to create a steady place where words could sleep through seasons. The choice of granite, sandstone, or limestone was pragmatic and patient. Each material held its own qualities of resilience, each one a different kind of quiet. Some stones weather softly, acquiring a gentle patina that adds to their calm. Others retain sharpness, their edges crisp and readable for centuries. The choice is a quiet collaboration with the earth, an acceptance of the slow work of time. Reliefs and lists function together like a network of small assurances. Where a scene might depict a harvest, an adjacent inscription may note the year, the name, the measure. These pairings are not showy, they are practical, like threads tying one fact to another. The combined effect is a web of information that could serve administrative needs and spiritual ones at the same time. The temple wall becomes both a ledger and a quiet narrative, a surface on which the necessities of governance and the rhythms of ritual rest side by side in calm accord. Restoration and repair were themselves quiet practices. When a surface eroded or a name faded, new hands sometimes went to work. The interventions were careful, as though tending a small garden of words. New incisions were made with thought to the older ones, paint reapplied in modest tones. These maintenance acts did not seek to erase age, but to sustain legibility. The long habit of upkeep is a reflection of continued attention, a community's small, recurrent choice to keep memory readable and stable for the next hour, the next season, the next reign. The layout of inscriptions often follows a steady symmetry. Lines align, margins are respected, and hierarchies are made visible through spacing rather than noise. A title may be set apart with calm clarity. A name may be given a slightly larger presence, while still maintaining balance with its neighbors. The visual order is a quiet discipline, a slow grammar that helps the viewer read with ease. This equilibrium is restful. It does not demand excitement. Instead, it invites a patient reader to move gently along the ordered lines. Stone registers many small touches of human intention, finger oils, tool marks, the occasional rough edge left by tired hands. These are intimate traces that sit quietly beside grander forms. They remind the observer of the steady human labor that underlies monumental presence. There is comfort in knowing that the great surfaces are made up of countless small acts. The marks are not blemishes, but evidence of a composed practice, a long sequence of modest commitments that together built something meant to last. The language of kings and gods sometimes overlaps. A pharaoh's name, placed within a ritual scene, slides into a broader conversation with the divine. The inscription acts as a bridge, quiet and purposeful, linking human action with sacred continuity. It is a soft, mutual recognition. The king maintains order, the gods accept the offering, and the text records the transaction. This mutuality is stated calmly on the stone, without fanfare, with the measured formality of a ritual that repeats across seasons. Monumental inscriptions also served practical memory. They noted gifts, endowments, temple revenues, and legal statements, all arranged plainly so that future administrators could consult them. The practicality did not reduce their beauty. Rather, it integrated the aesthetic and the functional. A carved decree could be as serene as a hymn. The plainness of purpose gave the carving a steady, legible presence. In reading these texts, one experiences the unhurried clarity of civic memory, a ledger that is also a form of slow storytelling. The passing of time softens edges and brings new textures. Lichen and gentle efflorescence add a muted diversity to the stone. Where once a surface was uniformly smooth, age may have introduced a varied complexion, small ridges and valleys that catch light differently. These changes are not losses of meaning. They are additions of surface narrative, a quiet, natural commentary on human inscription, weather, and microclimate. Join the long human project and participate in the quiet continuation of the monument's life. Public spaces carried inscriptions that oriented people in subtle ways. A decree placed at a threshold, an announcement carved near a temple doorway, or a dedication at the foot of a statue. All these texts guided attention and action in calm ways. They were not a demand for constant vigilance, but a gentle reminder of standing arrangements. To pass such a place was to receive a small, quiet instruction about who might be honored here and what conduct was expected. The inscriptions were part of daily life in a way that was steady and unobtrusive. The physical process of reading stone requires a slow body. A reader must move close, tilt their head, allow the eyes to adjust to light and shadow. This bodily slowness complements the rhythm of the inscriptions themselves. Reading becomes an act of presence, a practiced patience. There is no hurried skimming. The mind follows the slow path of the chisel, the steady line, the even spacing, and lets the names and events settle. In such moments, the reader becomes a participant in the long conversation that the stone holds. Carved lists of offerings and cultic provisions were modestly precise. Quantities, measures, and the names of donors were set down with calm exactness. This precision was not so much about proof as about continuity. To record the offering was to establish a pattern of care, a guarantee that the ritual would be repeated and sustained. The inscriptions served as quiet contracts with future caretakers, a gentle insistence that the small, necessary acts of ritual and provision be continued with the same steady attention. The repetition of royal titulary across different media creates a sense of constancy. The same set of epithets appears on sarcophagi, on temple lintels, and on slender stelae. This repetition is a stabilizing pattern, a way to make identity persistent across contexts. It is like a calm chorus that affirms a person's place within a broader order. The effect is not overpowering. It is instead a reassurance, a regular presence that holds the idea of rulership in a steady light. Name lists can be selective and intentional. Some names are included, others omitted, and those choices have their own quiet logic. Omission is a form of silence, and silence too is an element of memory. Where a name is left out, absence creates a negative space that can speak in a soft way. Inscriptions thus balance presence and absence, not as dramatic gestures, but as deliberate arrangements. The surface holds what is chosen to be kept and leaves unexpressed what is decided to be set aside. The materiality of names also suggests care for pronunciation and sound. The signs used in the carvings guide an informed reader in how a name might be voiced. In this way, the stone also acts as a kind of slow phonetic guide, holding a quiet echo of voice. When a reader in a later hour traces the lines, they can imagine the steady cadence of an earlier utterance. The carved name becomes a place where written sign and spoken sound meet in a peaceful, restrained overlap. Across generations, new inscriptions sometimes referred to older ones with a gentle deference. A new king might add his name beside a venerable structure, not to erase, but to continue. The intervention is an act of participation rather than replacement. The later hand often respects the older line, fitting itself around it in a calm manner. This way of adding preserved continuity, keeping the older voice audible while allowing the new one to be heard just as softly. The monument thus becomes a communal ledger, surface where successive presences can be recorded in sequence. Carved practices were often accompanied by small painted labels or added annotations. These marginal notes are humble companions to the main scenes. They explain, they name, they clarify, and they do so in a modest script. The annotations do not interrupt, they support. They are like small, steady lights that help the reader along. Their presence suggests a culture of careful explanation, where visible clarity was preferred to rhetorical flourish. The hand that added an annotation did so in a temperate spirit, aiming to be helpful rather than ornate. Monuments can be read as landscapes of attention. Some surfaces invite the eye to linger with dense clusters of detail, while others provide open plains of calm inscription. The alternation of detail and quiet space is restful. It allows the observer to move between focus and release, to take in a small scene and then breathe across a long line of text. The overall effect is compositional balance, a measured pacing that supports sustained, tranquil attention rather than hurried glances. Where inscriptions meet architecture, the text becomes part of lived space. Columns, doorways, lintels, and plinths carry lines that align with the rhythm of entering and moving through a place. The words mark thresholds, offering gentle context as one passes from one chamber to another. This integration of text and structure is neither pedantic nor ostentatious. It is practical, calming, and dignified. The words function as steady companions to movement, as if the building itself were speaking in small, composed phrases as people moved within it. The practice of listing lineage is a quiet celebration of continuity. Genealogies carved or painted into certain surfaces remind viewers of connections that extend across time. These lists are carefully arranged, names and relationships given a clear, restrained order. Rather than flourish, the genealogy offers a steady cord that links one generation to the next. The emphasis is on continuity rather than spectacle. The listed lineage is a calm design of belonging, a measured assurance that identity is shared and sustained. The interplay between carved image and inscribed caption is a gentle pedagogy, A scene may show an action, and a caption will name it, frame it, or place it in time. The combination guides understanding without forcing it. It is an educational tone that speaks in a quiet voice, helping the viewer learn the associations between symbol and name, deed, and context. In this way, the inscriptions perform a steady teaching function, a slow transfer of knowledge from one moment to the next. Catalogs of goods and offerings are composed with delicate order. Items are listed with brief clarity, measures noted, donors named. These catalogs are like careful inventories of communal life. Their plainness is a kind of dignity. They reflect a culture in which small acts, gifts, provisions, services are recorded not with flourish, but with sober respect. The stone holds these lists in a serene way, allowing the details of everyday generosity to be preserved in an enduring medium. The persistence of carved names and lists creates a long, slow conversation between past and present. Each legible line offers a moment of contact, a shared attention across centuries. The experience is not dramatic. It is a steady, gentle awareness that human decisions, recorded with care, can extend a presence beyond immediate life. The stone invites a calm recognition that memory, like a river, moves quietly along, carrying names and acts in a slow, continuous flow. The observer, still and attentive, is invited to listen to that flow and to let the long quiet of inscription attend the senses.